first of all, my compliments to the examination department for taking this initiative and all to all the experts for sparing their valuable time in contributing for this important project. As emphasized in the national education policy also, and the deliberations were going on for long, that the outcome-based education should be given topmost priority. And a lot has been done actually in this area. Means the direction of education has been changed to the outcome-based education. Means outcomes have been defined, and all the basically accreditation processes have already been aligned in that direction. So whenever accreditation is taking place, so the outcome of any particular program or course, basically that is being given far more importance. So up till this part, it was okay that the delivery part was okay, that it is gradually shifting from the inward to outcome-based education. But when the question comes for the assessment and certification, so again, there is challenge, or there are challenges basically, that how we can shift from the conventional assessment methodology to the outcome-based educational methodology. So I am not the authority in this field, because a lot of experts, both from the academia as well as from the industry, are present here in this platform, in this workshop, who will deliberate and will suggest some roadmap that how exactly it can be done, and how the performance of any learner can be evaluated based on whatever he has achieved or she has achieved during his or her training period. So just quickly, to bring all on a common platform, I would like to highlight some important aspects basically which is related with the outcome-based education, especially in the field of skill education. So when we are saying the skill-based education, so broadly we are focusing on the guidelines which were issued by University Grant Commission as well as from the Skill Ministry. So both the University Grant Commission as well as the UGC, as well as MSDE, they are focusing on framework, that is the standard framework, either NSQF or higher education qualification framework. And these frameworks are basically talking about different competency levels. So a particular competency level is again further subdivided into different level descriptors. So the complete framework which nowadays everyone is speaking about, whether it is, again I'm repeating, an NSQF framework or the higher education qualification framework, both these frameworks are divided into different levels of competency, maybe starting from level 1 to level 10, and it is under revision, and probably shortly it will be revised to level 1 to level 8. So the competencies has been defined for each level. So individual, a learner is at what level, means the based on the outcome of the performance for that level will decide the competency at that particular level. So how to decide the competency at a particular level? It is the next important question. So if you will see the NSQF document, or if you will see the UGC document, so each level is further subdivided into 5 level descriptors, and those level descriptors talks about each level is divided into this 5 level descriptor. And the first level descriptor is the process, second is the professional knowledge, then the professional skill, then the core skill, and then it is the responsibility. Means each level is divided into this 5 descriptor basically. And if you are talking about the conventional system, conventional learning management system or evaluation system, which is focusing on three parameters, that is the knowledge, skill, and attitude. So this knowledge, skill, and attitude can well be fitting into this structure also. So when we are saying process as well as the knowledge, so process and knowledge, these two level descriptors falls into the first category, that is the knowledge category. Then comes next two, that is the professional skill and the core skill. So professional skill as well as the core skill comes under the skill domain in the conventional system. And last, which which is defined in the level descriptor, is the responsibility. So when we are talking about the responsibility in the conventional system, basically it is the attitude. So these five level descriptors are actually not new to the system, but they have been redefined actually. So now whenever we are talking about the assessment and followed by the certification, so the assessment as well as the certification must be based on that how to measure the competency of any learner on these five different descriptors. So when we are devising any mechanism to evaluate the competency of a learner on these five descriptors, so first is quite easy, first or second I will say, because there are a lot of literature available which is talking about, and we have precedences also, because conventionally we are evaluating or we are assessing the knowledge component, which is the cognitive part. So the cognitive assessment is comparatively easy. So means a lot of things, lot of instruments are there basically, wide which we can assess the cognitive part or wide which we can assess the knowledge part. But the challenge will come when we will discuss or we will talk about the next three part, basically the skill and the attitude. So how to assess the skill component, how to assess the attitude, assess the attitude a particular case. So basically what is my understanding, that this advisory committee, who is having the experts from the domain area, who is having the expert from the industry, they will deliberate that how the assessment tools can be devised to measure the skill competency, because skill competency is such a complex word actually. So what is the complete rubrics for that skill competency? And when we are talking about the attitude, again the complexity increases manifold, how to measure basically the attitude. So I am sure that this core committee, this advisory committee will deliberate that how we can suggest some parameters, some rubrics to measure the skill as well as attitude. Now, just coming back to these five level descriptors about which I was talking about. So the role of academia here is to fit in, means the whole process will start from the process of fitting it, any particular program, into this level descriptor. So if I am running a program of, let's say, BWOC mechanical manufacturing, so that BWOC mechanical manufacturing program at each level, level 5, 6, 7, so that should be well fit in, means the course outcome of that program must well be fit in into these five different level descriptors at each level. So total, if suppose we have to design a BWOC program in mechanical manufacturing, so 3 level plus 5 descriptor means our course outcome should clearly define these total 15 course outcomes basically. So once these course outcomes have been defined, the next important aspect would be how we can assess this course outcome. Now again, when in the system, in the field of skill ecosystem, we are drifting or we are moving from the conventional to the non-conventional in a way that the conventional course objectives or course outcomes are being converted into the occupational standards. So now the new courses in the skill ecosystem, whichever will be designed or developed, they will talk about the national occupational standard nonces associated with each course. So precisely what I mean to say is that a particular level, let's say level 5 will have 5 level descriptors, and all this level descriptor will comprise of certain nonces associated with that particular course which the university will be offering. So if nonces are defined, so next important thing will be how this nonces to be evaluated. So conventionally, if you are talking about the conventional skill related nonces, so something has been devised, something has been designed by the expert from industry. The experts who are present here, Rajiv ji has worked considerable work. Sudhanshu ji has done a lot of work in this area. I will just quickly take one example. For example, we have a job role of a vehicle assembly fitter. That vehicle assembly fitter is having some NOS also. And that NOS, suppose we want to evaluate or we want to assess a candidate on that NOS. So that NOS can be assessed on these three parts: knowledge, skill, and attitude. How it will be fitted into this part? Knowledge means whether that candidate is aware about the name of all the component of of the automobile sector, whether he is aware of the material used in manufacturing this component. So this is basically the knowledge part, which can be assessed through the conventional method. Next comes the skill component. That skill component is whether the individual is able to fit in all those individual component into a one composite component. So that is basically his or her skill. So how to measure that skill? For that, I'm sure that the expert from industries will give the idea that how that rubrics to measure the skill component can be incorporated into the conventional system. And last part again is the attitude. Attitude in this particular NOS or in this particular job role may be teamwork or association with others, so that effectively that assembly work can be completed. So again, how that can be assessed, that this committee will deliberate, and I am sure that they will come up with some good suggestions so that a composite guideline can be prepared. And once that composite guidelines are prepared, so then the subsequent subcommittees can work to design the question paper. One more aspect just quickly I would like to touch is that whenever we are talking about such type of the assessments, such type of assessment basically require a lot of human intervention. And problem in our country is the volume. Basically all the models which we are speaking about, which we are talking about, they are means best fitting into the western environment, western countries, because the numbers are very limited. But when we are doing assessment, for example, Ambika madam is sitting here, so 80,000 assessments are to be completed into 1 or 2 months time. So 80,000 skill assessment, it is not a easy or a joke basically. So how to devise that mechanism to deal with such volume, that is again a big challenge basically. So to overcome this challenge, I'm sure that the technological aspect or the technological interventions will be very, very critical. And the experts from academia who are present here, Ramakrishnan Saab is present here, who is from the computer science background. The expert from IIT Mumbai are present here. Then Usha Nateshan madam, who is heading the NEETer Chennai, Chatterjee Saab, who headed a committee on the examination reform. So I'm sure that all these experts who are present here, they will be able to guide us that how that technical tools can be designed, developed, how all these three can be integrated, how the knowledge, how the skill, how the attitude can be integrated, and how we can leverage the advancement which has taken place in the through the technology to finally assess all this. I'm sure that a lot more ideas would be there, and the guidance will be there from Honorable Vice Chancellor, who is guiding us all the way in developing these processes. So while addressing, he will also give his valuable inputs, valuable suggestions, that how all this can be integrated, and how the skill university can design, develop such model question papers which can be used by the entire nation in the coming days, in the coming time. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share my thought. And once again, thanks to all the experts from industry and academia who has accepted this invitation, and who are willing to design, develop altogether new assessment tool in the field of skill ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for sharing such a descriptive and detailed action plan and agendas, objectives, and even impact of the small project or initiative we are going to take with all support of yours in administration and supervision. And now I would like to again welcome Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir. And I would like to convey again heartfelt thanks for choosing us and guiding us for this unique initiative. Honorable Vice Chancellor Shri Raj Nehruji has been already known for the youngest and dynamic Vice Chancellor, nationally and internationally known for his innovative initiatives in skill ecosystem. Sir has initiated SVSU's India's first government skill university with a very unique approach in 2017. And now this model has been inspiring other state skill universities. Sir, it is our good luck to work since inception of this university under your guidance and always being part of such unique projects. So he is also advisory on all national and international panels and teams, uh, uh, basically particularly related to skill eco and education system. So as sir is traveling, I will not take much of time. I would like to request Honorable Vice Chancellor sir to all, as always, he has been always guiding and blessing us for his blessings. Welcome, sir.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. So first of all, you have to just make sure that I'm audible. Am I audible to all of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So first of all, thank you to all the experts all the industry experts, academia experts come together to help and develop some policy document that would eventually in the state and outside the state standard thumb rule policy that has to be adopted when we are doing assessments. I think Professor Rathore has absolutely clearly articulated about what we want. I would couple of things. I will not repeat what he said. See, let me give you an example. In the corporate world, you might have heard of executive coaches, and these executive coaches are actually mentoring the CEOs of the organization. Many of the industry people who are today part of this committee, they would be knowing it that the CEOs or the who are the managing directors of the large organizations, small organizations, who have engaged executive coaches. These executive coaches are engaged for the purpose of mentoring these CEOs to help them. The problem is, how will an executive achieve so much of success who has taken his business to a highest level, highest pinnacle of growth. And these executive coaches sometimes are not. But you know, what is the beauty of the methodology that they adopt when they interact with these high performing business tycoons as executive coaches? They do not give them any solutions. They do not give them any recommendations what these executive directors or CEOs should do. They actually engage into a conversation where they ask such questions that those questions are so intriguing, so compelling, that the CEOs and the guys who are actually getting mentored or coached, it compels them to think in different directions. And provoking these CEOs to think is the first job of executive coaches. And the skill that these executive coaches require is the articulation of a question. And this question has to be so powerful that these CEOs, they are compelled to think in multi-direction. And that thinking actually takes these CEOs to a next level of thinking where they visualize something new, something different. And eventually it helps them to visualize new directions for the organization. And the role of an executive coach is to just propel through such questioning. And I'm telling you why I'm telling you this thing is because the power of question is so great that it can even stir a new thought in the mind of an extremely great and successful CEO. The same methodology today is required at the entry level where the students are. We have to think that how we design our questions that compel and propel a thinking, that help us to understand and that helps us to propel a creative thinking among our these young population. The design has to be such that it tests the analytical thinking of individuals, innovative thinking of individuals, complex problem solving of individuals. For example, at some level, what Professor Rathore was talking about, the competencies and the 5 traits that we are talking about, I'm saying, say someone is doing a welding job and there is some occupational standards that he is supposed to go through. The question is not today that we only test his knowledge about whether he is able to run a welding machine or a CNC machine. The question is, there could be certain complex problems that may emerge on that welding machine or a CNC machine. Now, how are our questions designed to check his complex problem solving abilities? Now, how are we able to check the critical thinking of the individual, the student? Now, this is where the job of a rightful methodology that has been adopted while designing the questions. And if we have adopted a strategy of how the entire rubrics has to be designed for a specific courseware, it will actually put a pressure down the line on the teaching methodology as well. Because when the teachers in the class also know that they have to focus on various competencies, which may be what some Professor Rathore has already said, and what I am trying to add, it is creative thinking, originality, critical thinking, initiative of an individual, complex problem solving, or what we call active learning, or what we also call about technology use. And also the emotional stability, collaboration with others, communication. Now, this is what we also have to think about when we are designing our questions, especially for a specific level and the level outcomes and the descriptors given there, how these aspects can be baked in. And if there is a policy designed around it, and then that policy is also becoming an input to various teaching professionals, so they will have to rethink and re-examine how they will be devising their pedagogy when they go inside the class. So they will have to
think about that what they will be supposed to design and develop inside the class. So I think it's a very synergistic process where the examination system puts a constructive pressure on the teaching system, or teaching system creating some creative strategies that puts a pressure on the examination system. So it's a very complementing process. But I think unless we do this, unless we rework on the current strategies of the assessment and examination, we will not be able to make our children competitive and also sustainable for the long run. Because industry today is not simply expecting someone knowing how to do a job. Industry today is expecting someone who is a lifelong learner, who does not only end up for doing one job, but who has the ability to connect various dots and move up the value chain of learning, move up the value chain of the delivering, and also who has the ability to make decisions, who has ability to make decisions in complex situations. So that is what the purpose of this meeting should be. So at the end, I would only say you people should come out with a very specific policy that clearly articulates what is the strategy, what is the policy that we have to adopt when we are designing our examination processes or assessment processes, what should be kept in mind, and how the faculties also relook at what and how they are teaching. Eventually, the students who will be going through such exams in the coming days, they will be even better in terms of their abilities, their competencies, their capabilities, and organizations, whichever they go, they should be able to grow and improve their career opportunities in such organizations. So with that, I stop here because I have to now enter into another meeting. I wish you all the best, and I thank all the people who have come together. So it must have a very quantifiable outcome. Once you finish this meeting, there must be specific examples to people. There must be specific steps, which are self-understood steps that this policy document should come out, and it should be adopted by the organization to achieve these objectives that we are talking about. Thank you very much once again, and all the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving us an, a way forward that how to proceed and what are your expectations. And I'm sure that with such an esteemed guidance on our on this panel, we have esteemed academicians, then we have industry experts, then we have examination experts. So we will be able to come up to your expectation, and we will be contribute to nation in form of some guidelines or some policy document which can serve the nation and the youth in skill ecosystem. Thank you so much, sir. With your permission, we would like to continue now the further discussions. Shall we, sir? Now I would like to request Professor Ashok Chatterjee, Vice Chancellor, KLE Technology University, and he has been also Chairman of National Level Committee of AICT on Examination Reforms, and he is having a quite rich experience, national and international academia and industry, over 40 years of experience. He is also a member of AICT Research and Development Policy also. So, sir, he is having an expertise and a number of policies he has already guided and published, and that has been always and like as a lighthouse for education system. So, sir, with your guidance, we're quite hopeful that we will be able to complete this initiative as desired. Now, I would like to welcome Professor Ashok Chatterjee. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam Bharadwaj. And I believe this initiative of Vishwakarma University is a very unique one, and I really compliment the university and its academic leaders for coming up with this initiative, because you are positioned very uniquely, in the sense focusing on skill education. And probably this is the first time in India, and we have a very few examples across the world where outcome-based education framework is adopted by the university as a whole. My experience with outcome-based education framework is mainly limited to engineering. From last 15 years, we have been working on this framework, and the result of that framework is today's AICTE policy of OBE, outcome-based education framework, as well as examination reforms. In the last 3 years, we have trained about 15,000 teachers, engineering teachers across India in this particular framework. And at the same time, I need to tell you that I have a very limited experience as far as skilling education is considered. I mean, I don't have that first-hand exposure towards the challenges, towards the frameworks that are there in skilling education. But anyway, the framework remains the same, irrespective of the specialization of the programs. Okay, the outcome-based education framework remains the same. Now, this particular initiative is about outcome-based evaluation and assessment. Here, one question we need to answer: whether outcome-based education outlook you are limiting to the assessment evaluation itself, or are you adopting it as a total framework? I mean, it is not clear to me. I went through a few of the documents sent by Madam Bharadwaj as well as your website. Okay. Because I believe the outcome-based approach in evaluation and assessment alone doesn't work. It has to be adopted in totality as an outcome-based education framework, and assessment and evaluation is one important component of the whole framework. Because the whole OBE framework depends upon a philosophy that we begin with end in mind. Okay. The whole essence of OBE is we begin with end in mind. That is, for each of the program, for each of the educational delivery, we have clarity about the educational goals. Often in OBE language, they are called as program outcomes. But I did not see any program outcomes in any of your documents. I don't know, they may be there. There are objectives written, there are scope of the programs written, but a very well-defined, clear program goals, program outcomes, I did not see. That is very essential, and I believe that is the starting point. Without having clarity about the program outcome, for example, in engineering, what happens is across the world, okay, professional associations sit together and formulate a program outcome. Okay, we call it as program outcomes coming out of Washington Accord, the Abbott. Okay, likewise, many other accreditation agencies come out with program outcomes. They are broad statements which a graduate need to attain at the end of his graduation. That clarity is a must. But I know that in skill education, even in liberal education, that clarity is yet to be developed. So these days, UGC has come out with program outcomes for many of the streams. And I see the list is growing there. But I have not seen specific program outcomes for the skill education, because it is very difficult, because the variety of the programs your university is running is very vast. I mean, very diverse. So what is your game plan for coming up with a clear goal statement for the programs? That is my first question, because ultimately this program outcomes and whatever we do as a student experience, and through that whatever he attains, okay, all work in cycle. And for us to improve, whether really student is attaining the goals we desire, has to be measured. And without goal, without metrics, you can't know what you are really doing is work. So I believe this committee should debate a lot, discuss a lot, whether specific program outcomes will be defined for each of the programs, or you want it to define faculty wise or just generic. All three practices are followed across the world. The program outcomes can be very generic, but at the same time in liberal education, I have seen that faculty wise, some of the universities come up with program outcomes, but also I have seen examples wherein program outcomes are very specific to a particular program, because now you have BWOC program in manufacturing. You also have BWOC program, I believe, in management and finance. And the goals of these programs vary a lot. So what is the best method? Whether as a university you will have very generic program outcomes or program specific outcomes, that need to be discussed. That's where the experts should really put their energy into in the first stage. So my initial suggestion is the university should decide whether we are adopting OBE framework or OBE methodologies in our assessment only, or the whole OBE framework we are bringing into our academic system. That is the first thing. If we are adopting, and believe me, assessment alone, my 15 years experience and interactions with worldwide universities tells me that adopting this framework in assessment alone doesn't work. Okay? Because against what you are measuring the student attainment if you don't have specific goals defined. Okay? So that may be a point of discussion. And going forward, the lot of, because what happens is once you come up with program outcomes at course level, definitely, because ultimately program outcomes are attained by each of the course delivered by you. And how well they are connected, each of the course, how well it is connected to the program outcome. That you need to prove through program articulation matrix. Okay, actually in OBE we say that it is designed down. Program outcome defines what kind of learning experience we need to create using a correct content, using a pedagogy, and also assessing what experience we need to create top down. But assessment happens bottom up. We assess the students at each course level and aggregate that assessment to know how well the program attainment has been, or program goals have been met by the student. So my suggestion is the discussion needs to happen whether holistically we are adopting or a part of we are adopting. That is not yet clear to me. If it is holistic, then program outcomes are very essential. And believe me, you are going to be the pioneer in it. I mean, so far, I have not seen, okay, there are few examples here and there abroad, in Korea and all, but at least in India, such exercise in skill education has not been done. And definitely as a experienced university, probably you are the most oldest university in the space of skill development in India, you should undertake to evolve a OBE model for skill education from the university. And it is not going to be a very easy way. Okay. And while formulating program outcomes, like your registrar sir said, as well as your vice chancellor was telling, okay, you need to focus on knowledge component, you need to focus on skill component, you need to focus on the attitude and societal components. And usually, okay, it is practiced that each program need to somewhere from 9 to 12 program outcomes they should be able to define. And all these outcomes will encompass the competencies, the knowledge, the attitude you are desiring in your graduates. So probably going forward, the discussion in the meeting will help me to understand the perspective with which the university is going.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
you so much. From there only, I think with your interaction, now the thought process has started. And there is, whenever we have some questions that leads to some answers and some product. So it's like very eye-opening and holistic. For an holistic approach, we need to answer few questions. So it will definitely lead us to the next level. So now I would like to invite Professor J.S. Saini, ex-professor, D. Crest University, Department of Electrical and Electronics. He is having an experience more than 35 years in academia, and especially in the field of designing, initiating, developing the programs as well as courses. And he has also having a vast experience of developing the model curriculums. And sir has also introduced and designed the OBE question papers for D. Crest University also. So I will not take much of the time, sir. I think we all would like to hear from you regarding this OBE and how to process and what will be the strategies and where we need to focus upon. Thank you, sir. Over to Professor J.S. Saini, sir.
So thank you, the organizers, for this opportunity. I hope the screen gets shared at your end. Is the screen available?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So really opportunity, and I would really appreciate the efforts put in by the organizing team under the leadership of the Honorable Vice Chancellor, the Registrar Saab. And it's really, the stage has already been set, and the mandate is clear as to what the university intends to really do in this area. And this will be obviously a trendsetter, because yours is a university, probably the first of its kind in the country. We had at Murthal, Decrest Murthal, some experience with this OBE implementation, wherein an important component is of Bloom's taxonomy also. So whatever our experience has been, based upon that, the first and foremost point here I like to consider is the sensitization of the faculty on the issues which they normally confront with. Now, to that end, I have a small presentation of about 30 slides, which I'll go through in about 15 minutes or so. So this concept was actually first time introduced by William S. Spady, G. Spady. And as Dr. Shetter also pointed out, the main intention was to basically keep the end in the first. That is to make sure that we keep in the objectives, the outcomes. So rather than focusing on the output, where the output was normally conceived as the percentages of students passing or the percentages that they obtain, rather than that, the intent is actually on keeping a focus on what are the outcomes. And these outcomes are quite varied, rather than an essay type long questions being answered. So I would request the other attendees to kindly make themselves muted. Now, by the in the words of Spady himself, actually, once we realize what is to be finally done, then we organize the curriculum, the instruction, as well as the assessment to make sure that that learning happens. And this actually disbands the usual paper and pen test type of methodology, and an assortment of tools are adopted, because one student may not be good in answering an essay type question. He may be rather good at answering MCQ type of questions, or he may be good in building a model. He may be good in online presentation. He may be good in responding to quizzes or puzzles. So, catering to each level of student, this methodology of OBE expands its horizon by attending to each of the inclinations of the students to get evaluated, and thereby there is a faith that every student will achieve the outcomes. This is the underlying principle of OBE. So by the end of the educational experience, each student should have attained the goal of the outcome. So, not just classes, but the opportunities outside the classroom environments, and also the assessments, all are pulled together to help achieve the specified outcome. So will the organizers see that others are muted, please? Okay. So the term outcome is the core concept here, and it's also interchangeably used with terms like, competency, standards, benchmarks, or attainment targets. And the faculty, rather than sermonizing or delivering information alone, becomes an instructor, trainer, facilitator, or a mentor. And as already pointed out by Dr. Shetter also, the Washington Accord was created to have an international acceptance of the OBE. Let us look at the rationale of OBE. I typically lay my hands onto the control systems literature to just point out how well an open loop system works. So all of us know that open loop systems do work well if there are no disturbances in the system or in the environment. Now, this open loop system is the one where teacher is the core, or it's a teacher-centric system. So teacher, whatever he wants to do, he does it in the classroom environment. But what outcomes have been obtained, what learning has been had by the student, that's not kept in view. On the other hand, if we go for a closed loop system, where there is a continuous feedback of outcomes, and we are trying to continuously take into cognizance the error and modify our processes. The process is happening in the controller. Here, controller is actually the system, the process, or you can say the teacher and all paraphernalia associated with the teacher. And plant or system here means the student. So if we are duly sensitized towards the feedback, we can construct a closed loop system. And we for one know it, that the closed loop systems definitely perform better and are more stable. In the same way, one can argue that if we adopt this model into our curriculum or into our education delivery systems, the systems would emerge better. So quite associated with the OBE is the focus on learning outcomes. Benjamin was the first one to point out quite a list of 6 learning outcomes. So let us look at what are the typical learning outcomes. Knowledge, which amounts to just a recall of specific facts. Comprehension, which is nothing but grasping or understanding the meaning of informational materials. Application is about making use of that knowledge which is already learned. And analysis amounts to taking apart the known and identify the relationships among them. And synthesis is actually putting things together in a creative manner. And evaluation is making judgments about the value of materials or methods learned. This was a bit revised in about 2001, and this list is slightly different. So here we have the levels specified as remember, understand, apply, analyze, evaluate, and create. The first 2 categories, as the name also suggests, focus on the recall of facts that the student has attained by reading the material or attending classes. And these could be typically assessed by MCQs for knowledge, and for comprehension, small questions or short essays could be adopted. However, in application, the students use previously learned information in new situations to solve problems which may have single or best answer. In general, of course, introductory courses emphasize teaching and learning, focusing on knowledge, comprehension, and application. And all these place the students in a passive learning role, which means that the information is coming mostly from the teacher, and they are not adopting any responsibility for learning as yet. So it's the next level, basically, which we call the upper division courses, which strive to build analysis, synthesis, and evaluation levels. And these are the characteristics of teaching and learning that most engage the students and faculty because they are put in an active role, and deals with issues that inspire them to learn and reveal the creative potential within each faculty member and the student. As the experience goes, as the courses begin with issues of analysis and synthesis, students become engaged in their own learning and assume responsibility for acquiring knowledge necessary to respond creatively and evaluate outcomes. So there is less of emphasis placed on transmission of information, and there is more emphasis placed on developing skills, attitudes, and values. Educators must decide as to what courses have to be adopted, which will call forth the students to spew or throw up facts and figures, and which courses to develop, which will call upon the students into critical thinking skills with respect to the subject. So it has to be a mix of both kind of subjects. A lecture format can be entertaining and efficient. Delivery of information can be there. But the real question to ask is it the best way to facilitate learning? So, put it another way, does the teacher want to be a sage on the stage or a guide by the side? So, it must be decided if education is all about your teaching, or is it about student learning? Is the student in focus, or is it the teacher in focus? If the faculty is ready to challenge the students with issues and concepts that they are themselves inspired by, then they are willing to kind of share the stage with students. And then they are ready to pursue what is typically called as non-traditional teaching and learning strategies. And in that process, they may use websites and references to assist with steps of implementation also. Now, what are the strategies for implementation of OBE? As I said earlier, it is an assortment of tools, not just classroom teaching, but a number of tools have to be employed for not just information delivery, but also for assessment. Remember, assessment is also part of the learning process. If no assessment is imposed on the students, they will not learn quickly. So examinations, as they say, are the greatest urges for the students to learn. Now, first one is case-based learning or case-based method of teaching. Here, what is a case? Case is basically a real, or it is seemingly a real world scenario. It may be imagined, but it is close to a real world scenario to teach the students about their field of study. So it's an account of events that seems to include enough of compelling decision points and provocative undercurrents to make a discussion group want to think and argue about it. So it should capture the imagination of students, and it should be open-ended also, meaning thereby that they should be able to contribute different facets to it. So it's a kind of rehearsal for life. And the significance is that it links theory and application to real-world situations. The second one is concept mapping. A concept map is basically a graphic representation for organizing and representing pieces and parts of the knowledge. Typically, here, the circles and boxes of some time are adopted to represent concepts, and the relationships between those concepts or propositions are indicated by arrowed lines between those concepts. The principal goal is actually to have the students discover, define, and develop an understanding of interrelated parts of a complex set of ideas. The basic premise here is that learning is a process of adding new knowledge to an existing web or network of knowledge by creating associations to the existing knowledge. So I typically take this example of a two-tank coupled system. And one can see that there is a coupling between the input and the tank 1, meaning thereby that the discharge from the input pipe is not in the air, it is beneath the tank 1. Similarly, discharge from tank 1 into tank 2 is also beneath the tank 2, but not in the air. So just if some rules are to be written for the control of such a system, this two-tank system, coupled system, then in order to land up with the accurate rules for a maybe knowledge base, for a fuzzy knowledge base, or for an expert system, one would adopt this kind of concept map. Here we see the level H1, that this is something slightly. Level of tank 1, level of tank 2. This is H1 here, and this is H2 here. Now, one can see that level H1 contributes negatively to outflow from tank 1. If level 1 is high, and since there is a coupling, so outflow from tank 1 will decrease the level H1. But if level H1 is more, then the outflow from tank 1 will be more. And due to coupling, this is linked with the positive here and a negative arrow here, meaning thereby that the inflow to tank 1, if it is increased, inflow is increased, then the level will increase, but increased level will decrease the inflow to tank 1 because of coupling. So in this manner, the physics of the system can be understood, the causations, underlying causations, what is happening, what is leading to what, all that becomes clear from such a concept map. This could also be termed as causal loop diagramming. And this can help one to form a set of fuzzy rules for the expert system. Now, the third category is discussion questions. Here, basically, the whole ingenuity lies in wording or framing the questions which evoke suitable responses from a group or individuals. As the Honorable Vice Chancellor also remarked, the power of question is really very important. So is here also in the discussion questions. The question should be so framed that they should challenge the students, and they should be not just comprehending what is available, they should also analyze the why part of it and also the how part of it, how it is being done. So the students need to come prepared in the class, and they would be given those questions to discuss in a group discussion or a small group they can discuss. And these are typically suggested, periods given for discussion. conclusion, one can find that after taking these group discussions, the insight the students possessed really increased to answer further questions. Debate is another form of delivery of information, where the students are grouped into two groups. One is for the proposition, the other one is against the proposition. So the proposition should have two facets, one can say. And here also, there are many benefits. For example, the critical thinking they are put into, the oral communication they improve, and they build a kind of teamwork also during that entire process. Then quizzes and examinations. Now, typically the educators already utilize these quizzes and examination as assessment tools, although, but there could be more variety introduced into the quizzes. For example, the individual and group quizzes could be there, and multiple test opportunities, and first day final exam could be another variant of testing the students. So I have, due to paucity of time, I'll not take much of the detail here, but one can have them read as I'll be leaving these slides with the organizers. For instance, in the first day final examinations pattern of testing, what is done is that on the first day itself, the students are exposed to questions which are to be given in the final examination. So they are allowed to prepare over the semester because these questions will be kept in focus. And before the final examination, it will be reiterated that the questions that will finally come will be the ones from this set of questions. However, once the final day examination happens, some parameters or variables are changed in the questions, or the questions are verbalized differently. So this way, what is to be finally learned is kept all the time in view during the semester. Jigsaw is another, methodology of, calling upon the students to learn in an active manner, where basically the specific parts they're first called upon to become masters, and then they try to integrate to build the bigger picture. Peer instruction, there are three principal types of peer instruction: the concept testing, peer teaching, and student critique. In all of these, the students are given the position of a teacher, a student teacher. He becomes a peer, or he even becomes a critic. But in all of these instructions, the faculty is actively associated in trying to observe what is happening and in trying to mentor the student all through. And lastly, of course, the problem-based learning. Herein, the theory is linked with practice by calling upon the students to engage in real-life problems. And as I said, that all students may not be good at essay type of question answering, or even in MCQs. Some students may not be good, but they may be good in doing it by hand, or maybe taking up some real life problems they may be good at. So here, basically, the context is a real life issues, getting close to life. So there is another flip side of it, that it's a high risk educational strategy due to lack of structure. The lack of structure is basically due to the open-endedness, because the problems are real life, and where to reach may not be in view initially. So that is one of the ways to make these students learn. So we have pointed out 8 types of instruction delivery and assessment tools also. These are the couple of steps which can be adopted. For example, begin with a problem, ensure that the problem connects with the student's world, then organize the subject matter around the problem, give the students the major responsibility for shaping and learning, and use only small teams and require the students to demonstrate what they have learned through a product or a performance. And in 3 steps, it can be had. That is, what do we know? What do we need to know? And what are we going to do? So a lot of criticism has also come forth for OBE. Our experience has been that the volume of paper work and the volume and variety of work it generates is sometimes huge. So typically there is a need of ICT adoption also, and the organizers have very wisely included it as one of the agenda points in today's meeting also. Because if we do it manually, it becomes really cumbersome to adopt the whole process of instruction delivery as well as evaluation. Because now there are more levers to control, and all of those levers, definitely tend to add. It is for this reason only that in some of the countries, say, for example, in Australia, this approach came for a flock also, and they had to abandon this approach at the school level. Initially, they adopted it at the school level. And some of the critics also argue that this is not an holistic approach. Although, on the one hand, we find that there are a number of facets being approached. There are about 8 facets being touched upon in, and we are also identifying that there are different strengths among the students, among the assessees, and we are trying to attend to each one of them. But the critics say that we are, taking cognizance of parts, but the whole concept, whole issue, holistically is not being approached. So that's also one of the criticisms coming forth. And some of the critics are not very comfortable with the measurement processes being adopted and the metrics also being adopted. So this is a new or gray area where possibly maybe more metrics can come in the future, more methodologies can be adopted in the future for measurement of the attainments. So we would end this today's discussion with a cautionary note that the steps of curriculum revision are never exhaustive. In one sitting, we cannot frame curriculum, and the steps being adopted will not be mutually exclusive. But there will definitely be a series of closely related and continuously overlapping, interdependent and non-linear in the sense that you put in some effort and you get lesser of the benefit out of that process. So what lies ahead is a pleasure of the hunt or chase, some frustration and some satisfaction. There will be periods of confusion and quitting also, but there will be reignition and hope, and then the confidence that at the end, it will all come together. So although there is criticism for OBE, but then with the right intention, if it is adopted, this will certainly bear fruit. But all it requires is energy, perseverance, and resilience. There are a couple of references which I have poured in the reading. So I look forward to any questions, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for such a detailed action plan and strategy to move forward, and what kind of challenges we can face, and how we can include all these stakeholders, even including the students, and how it's going to impact from planning to implementation, you have given us a very detailed and comprehensive a blueprint of how we have to move forward. You have rightly said that one meeting is not enough. We will be needing more and more sittings together with all the expert members, advisors. So how to make it and now move forward. Sir, I really appreciate and thankful that in spite of you have to catch a flight, you have found spare time, and you have extended your schedule, and now you have to rush to
So that was
airport
the
also.
that was the limitation I had. So
Yeah.
for bearing with me.
Looking forward for some physical meetings to develop it with a concrete blueprint answer. Now, I would like to share one thing that Professor Usha Nateshan, Director NITIR Chennai, who has been advisor also in AI with AICT, and she has been associated with skill ecosystem across world. She is on academic advisory board members of Skill International College, Malaysia. So she has conveyed her message and all her sport, and she has to leave urgently for some another meeting, and she is not in position to connect us with us. So she has extended her all sport with us. Now moving forward, I would like to request and invite Professor M.S. Kulkarni ji, Professor, Department of Mechanical Engineering, IIT Bombay. He is having a rich experience in industry and academia. He has been associated with IIT Delhi already, and now for IIT Bombay. He has been there with the production and industrial engineering group for over 10 years. And Sir has been recently associated with the Government of India and some projects of curriculum development basis on Indian education system. So who else then, sir, would be, who can guide us better? And why we are forgetting our roots, why we are depending on so claimed, Western knowledge of curriculum development and evaluation. So I would like to request Professor M.S. Kulkarni ji for his address. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And first of all, thank you for inviting me to this meeting. And I have been listening to the experts who have spent such a long time in this field and have really understood the education, training, teaching system so well. And therefore, I will not try to repeat the things that have already been mentioned. Also, my colleague, Professor Pandey, has also joined. So he is the best person to talk about the role of Indian knowledge systems and related topics. And I will again would like to pitch in once he has put forward his thoughts. But before doing that, there are some points I would like to make related to the technical part of these curriculum. See, sometime back we had participated in another meeting where we were discussing the NEP related topics. And what was emphasized there was multidisciplinary approach for education. So there are two aspects. One is the interdisciplinary part, other is the multidisciplinary part. The multidisciplinary approach, which as I understand, would be related to the pedagogy, and as was mentioned by many speakers here. And what it says is that one of the ways of delivering content or engaging students could be that multiple faculty members participate in delivering a course so that different aspects of the same topic can be explained to the students. Many times what happens is when one single faculty teaches a course, the delivery gets restricted to the experience, to the to the perception and to the view of that particular faculty. However, if multiple faculty members teach a subject, they would teach it from a different angle and a different perspective. And that adds significantly to the knowledge that gets transferred to the student in terms of multiple aspects and angles of that particular topic. And also that makes the learning process much more interesting. So what my contribution would be to this particular part as of now would be, in order to adopt approaches that makes teaching and learning interesting. So one example that I can give you that due to the COVID situation has been practiced to a large extent at IIT is the approach of flipped classrooms. As you know, a lot of video lectures are available for a wide variety of topics. You can take up any technical topic or any topic, and you can go on from general videos right to what is being offered by institutes like MIT, Stanford, or through NPTEL from IIT's side. And there will be large number of videos that are available. Now, question is, if these videos are available, are they a replacement to a classroom teaching? The answer definitely is no. And what we have been practicing in cases where we have been sharing our earlier recorded videos with students is the approach of flipped classrooms. So what we do in a flipped classroom is that we make the recorded video lectures available to the students beforehand. And what we do in the classroom is engage them in a lot of discussions and problem solvings. So one of the questions or one of the issues that was raised is, how to get students interested and how to, transfer the practice oriented knowledge to them. One of the ways to do it is to go through the mode of flipped classrooms. Of course, this will need you to record the lectures in the first go, and from the second iteration this could be taken up. So what are the things that we typically do in flipped classrooms? For example, if I'm teaching a course on quality control, apart from the lectures, I use the classroom sessions to introduce students to various standards that are related to quality control. For example, ISO, or standards related to environment, or standards related to asset management, and then explain to the students, because who are eventually going to go into industry, how exactly to read the standards, what philosophy the standard follows, and how to extract meaning out of what the standard says, because it typically says in a very concise manner. So it is not very obvious to read standards like ISO. You need to have certain kind of orientation and training to understand how to read standards. Then there are standards related to measurement systems. I understand that there are such courses in the curriculum also, and attached to labs. So a flipped classroom would in that case deal with introducing students to these standards that are related to measurement systems. So measurement systems analysis, error analysis, reproducibility, repeatability related issues. So there are standards, because when the students go to industry, they will have to be good at reading standards as well. The second part that I feel is important is to do what we can call as interdisciplinary projects. See, typically projects are done by a single student, but I'm not very sure how projects in your case would be executed. But what our experience has been that if a multidisciplinary approach is followed for execution of the projects, it becomes extremely useful for transfer of knowledge. One example is what you could look at IIT Delhi, where they have this Department of Design, IDDC, where it has become mandatory to work in multidisciplinary teams on projects, and that has given really wonderful outcomes. So that is as far as my immediate inputs are concerned. At a later stage, if required, I would like to chip in with other queries and topics as well. Thank you.
Chanchal madam. Chanchal madam. Am I audible?
Sir, yes, ma'am is coming in 2 minutes.
Yes, you are.
Yes, you are. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Deepika Chanchal madam is not present there.
Ma'am, sir, 1 minute के लिए बाहर गई है, मैम बस आ रही है.
Okay, then you can continue.
You
can continue.
Am I audible, sir? Am I audible?
Yes,
Yes,
Dr.
you are.
Rana, you are audible.
Thank you, sir. So the next person which I would like to invite is Dr. Ashish Pandeji, who is an associate professor, Shailesh J. Mehta School of Management, IIT Bombay. So currently an associate professor in IIT Bombay, sir. And so, yeah, Dr. Ashish.
Yes.
You are audible? Yeah, please, sir.
I hope I am audible.
Yes, you are
Yes,
audible,
sir. Thank you very much for your consent to guide us and, add the Indian ancient education system and that, the treatment of and revisiting the historical values and the importance of Indian education system. I would like to request you to please guide us. Thank you, sir.
So thanks very much to Professor Chanchal and all the organizing team for thinking about this kind of confluence, thinking about this initiative. This is going to be a landmark initiative. I'm sure many universities will take inspiration from this. And this is very much in line with what is aspired in the new education Rashtriya, in the national education policy. This is also special because we are in a very interesting times. India is at the cusp of major development, evolutionary, you can say, leap in terms of its contribution to the well-being of the world. And this contribution is not only in the form of the ancient wisdom, but is also in the form of applying that knowledge using the contemporary science and technological perspective. So from that perspective, this is a special occasion. I will be sharing a couple of concepts first, and I would and I hope that after explanation of those concepts, we will be able to see how we can integrate the Indian perspective, Bharatiya perspective in the technical education, the skill development, in a skill development university. So the first concept I would like to share is about the 21st century competencies. Boadzis is the professor in Case Western University, and he and his colleague have been studying about the competencies requirement in the 21st century. In last more than 15 years, they have examined multiple professions in hundreds of organizations and looked at what are the success factors, what makes people grow in a particular career. Across the careers, they have observed observed on these points and came across to a simple typology. And they say that to get into a profession, you require some basic competencies. Those basic competencies are like the basic knowledge, our logical abilities, and the a particular skill to operate on a machine, or skill related to designing of the machine and all that. Then they say that there is another set of competencies which makes people grow in a career, and the people who are who have grown most in their career, they have been more successful, more than average successful, they are found to have another different set of competency as well. What are those? And they classify that into a special cognitive, emotional, and social competencies. Those cognitive competencies, special cognitive competencies, are related to system thinking, related to observing the pattern, which is in the modern organization behavior psychological terms called metacognition. Then it talks about the emotional competency, my ability to work in a team, my ability to give and take instructions, ability to negotiate, influence, inspire at the same level of the employees, at the same level of hierarchy. And third is my the social competencies, my ability to build long-lasting relationships, mentor-mentee relationship, developmental supervised relationships. So if we look at from the workplace perspective, so these are the competencies which are telling that we not only have to develop the basic competencies about looking at phenomena and at working on those issues, but looking at the contextual factors as well. Because in any organization, people do not take job, they are hired for the job, but they are supposed to enact roles. Roles is always in connection with others. So how we connect with others is important. That is also a skill that can be learned. At the same time, when we are looking at national education policy, it clearly states that education not only for the individual competency building, but because there is no meaning of the individual competency until it is contributing to the organization, to the society, and to the country. So we need to contextualize these competencies even further and make students prepared to look at their contribution to their family, the society, and to the country. If we look at how science and technology sphere is changing, has changed in last 5-6 years, we can very clearly see this kind of shift. If you look at the initiatives like iHub, initiatives related to major collaborations between the industry and academics, initiatives related to the skill development, we can see that knowledge now is recognized, but as a contributor to make the society better, make human life better. So students need to be prepared to look at their knowledge and competency in the context of family, society, and country. And from this point of view, we can understand what is the Bharatiya perspective. The Indian perspective has never looked at individual versus society as it is looked at in the critical theory. The critical theory says that there is a struggle in society and there are different components. They look at society only in terms of the power struggle, only in terms of the more powerful and less powerful. Even looking at the Purush Sukta, which talks about how the different people with the different aptitude originated, they start so like from the head or from the mouth, Brahmanas originated, or from the bahus, from the arms, the Kshatriya originated. All that, this is just an analogy, but ultimately all are equally important, and no one is less or more important. Instead of looking at things from the integral perspective, if we start looking at things from the struggle perspective, if we start looking at things in terms of the power difference, we can only find power difference in the society, and we will not be able to create something which is synergistic in nature. So this is just a simple critique of just to point out that we need to have more integral perspective. And from that integral perspective, when we look at individual versus family, individual versus society, society versus nation is not the perspective of this country, of this culture. The perspective is of the integral nature. That means it is individual who in turn become family. Family is not a biological unit, but family is also a spiritual place of spiritual nurturance, spiritual place of the emotional nourishment. Family in turn becomes the society, and society in turn becomes the take the form of a nation. What is nation is not only related to the geographical limitations. Nation is related to that group of people, that vast group of people who are inspired by same ideals. If my ideal is similar, I belong to the same rashtra, because the base, the root word which is at the foundation of the word rashtra is, it doesn't talk about the geographical limitation. So what is my ideal? That is the third thing which we need to look at from the Indian perspective. Utilitarian theory says that what is best possible is to do the best for the highest number of people. Discursive theory says that if we look at the perspective from the multiple stakeholders, that is the ideal. The ethics theory says that we are not only related to utility, but we need to take care of all the stakeholders. But the Indian perspective says, which is slightly going beyond the Indian, beyond even the care perspective, because even in the care, there is a distinction, there is a duality assumed as the foundation of existence. There the perspective is, Indian perspective is, sarve vai sukhna santu, sarve santu niramaya. Can there be a system and process which is in the well-being of everybody, not maximum people, not multiple stakeholders, not multiple groups of the people? Actually, this culture looks at oneness beyond all diversity. So if we look at the 21st century competencies, move towards the role and the interaction of individual, role of individual, society, family, and nation, and if we look at the ideals, we can evolve the Indian perspective. Now we go beyond how to operationalize this. In order to operationalize this, we can look at a Panchakosha model of the human self, which talks about human beings are not only physical bodies. Human beings are also emotions. They carry pranic body, which is pranamaya kosh. They have emotions, which is called manomaya kosh. They have raciocination, logic, intellect, which is reflection of vijnanamaya kosh. And when all, and of course the physiology, the annamaya kosh, the physiology on which everything else is based. If all four koshas are aligned, the fifth kosha is naturally available. It is experience, that is called, that we all know, is Anandamaya Kosh. So education which do not nourish, do not take care of all koshas will remain fragmented, will make crippled mind. And that crippled mind will not be able to think original, because originality is not only result of my logic. Originality is deeply embedded in my lived experience, and my lived experience is always embedded not only in my intellect, but also in my body, in my mind, in my energy system. So we need to look at the Panchakosha's perspective, and can we integrate that in designing the learning objectives. Now we come to the learning objectives. If we agree this notion of the Vyakti and individual etymologically are different, they are, according to the root verb, are also different. Individuals, an individual learner, the term we use, is about non-divisible, that is individual, whereas Vyakti is not equivalent to individual. Vyakti, the word comes from Vyakta, expressed. What is expressed? Vyakti means what is expressed? That which is eternal, that which is constant, integrated, non-dual awareness. That is when reflected in one body, identifiable body, that is called Vyakti. So how this Vyakti can be developed? Learning objectives need to look at all aspects of the Vyakti. So we need to define learning objectives not only in terms of the cognition, we need to define learning objectives in terms of skills. What at the end of the course person will be able to do. Knowledge has two aspects, information as well as ability to think originally. So many a time we look at the remembering level learning objectives, understanding level learning objectives, and as earlier speaker also said, that we need to look at the creative level learning objective, synthesis and evaluation level learning objective as well. That is about information as well as wisdom and knowledge. So that is the skill-based objectives, knowledge and concept-based objective. But at this, along with that, we need to also identify behavioral objectives. How we want people to behave. So if someone is taking the course of engineering related stuff, what is the behavior we want them to demonstrate? And behavior is always in connection with others. Behavior towards family, behavior towards society, behavior towards country, behavior towards the world. We need to define the behavior. We need, if I'm teaching a banking course, it is not sufficient to teach only the banking knowledge. It is not sufficient to teach only the finance transaction related knowledge. We also need to incorporate learning objectives which are related to what is the role of banking in running a society smoothly. What is the role of banking in conducting economy? What is the role of banking in maintaining the world trade? And how ethical issues are involved in banking, because just by teaching technicalities, we are not ensuring that people use their skill, knowledge, and talent for the well-being of all. But the well-being of all is the most important objective, most important ideal of from the Indian perspective. So if we want our students to live this, we need to define learning objectives at a skill level, knowledge, information level, wisdom level, as well as the behavioral perspective. Once we define the learning objectives from these perspectives, the next stage is defining the examination pattern. For the examination, we need to look at two things: evaluation and assessment. Evaluation is done in collaboration with the teacher and student. Evaluation is done what I do for myself, within myself, with myself. Assessment is done by outsiders. We have to think about both the things. We need to think about evaluation, means those things which will be examined by teacher and student together. Teacher and student both grow in the process. If both experience the field, both experience the growth, then learning has not happened. So how teacher and student both together can evaluate themselves, that is evaluation part. And assessment part is which is done in the NAAC accreditation, which is done in so many other assessment, external assessment. What we want to be able to do so that world can assess my capability, world can assess the capability of the students. So you can see that if we look at the learning objective and evaluation and assessment from this perspective, we will not only do the knowing based or cognition objective, we will look at the behavior based learning objectives, emotions based learning objective, character building based learning objectives from a particular trait, from the perspective of a particular trait. And we will be also able to do something which is in line with the assessment process system, which is in line with the external assessment process system. So that will design the examination pattern. Once these 6 things are defined, then we can very easily identify what are the methods available. There is a whole range of methods available. in classroom, outside classroom, individual reflection based method, case study based method, cross functional method. Professor Kulkarni talked, Professor Maktan just talked about that. There are so many methods. I am not going to enumerate all these methods. You all are aware of it. My submission to this August audience is that when you are harping on this journey, when you are taking upon yourself such an important task, and I'm rather certain that this will be an ideal to many more universities, many other institutions in India. Once you complete this task, many people will look at this output as a benchmark to create and design their learning, and I will not say outcome, their learning and teaching experience. We are in the process of redefining learning and teaching experience of our students. If it is holistic, not only in terms of delivery, but also if we agree that it has to be in terms of the evaluation and assessment, then there are a whole range of methods available. We can pick the methods, and then accordingly we can create that learning and teaching experience. This experience will be joyful. The joy will be the ultimate sign of this experience. Competency certainly is an intermediary sign. Financial capability, financial stability, financial independence will certainly be one of the indicators of the great learning teaching objective. But ultimate objective will be joy. We will be able to create joyful generation which enjoys doing their work. For them, work is not a drudgery. Work is just not a means to attain the livelihood. Work itself is joy for them, and that is what the another ideal of this culture is Karma Yoga. Karma Yoga is the of Swadharma and Lokasangra. Are we able to help students to discover their Swadharma? They will naturally attain excellence. They will naturally pursue excellence. They will naturally challenge the existing limits, existing boundaries of excellence. If they do something which is according to their Swadharma, and Swadharma is also not good enough. Swadharma along with Lokasangra, doing work for the world maintenance. When I am enjoying expressing my skill, I also need to be aware that how it is going to contribute to make this world a better place. Lokasangra means doing work for the world maintenance. How do we do that? When we create these kind of skills professionals, they will certainly find sustainable solutions of day-to-day problems of the society. So these are some of the thoughts I thought must be expressed at this August gathering. Wish you all very best for on this endeavor, and I really look forward the wonderful outcome of this whole exercise. Thanks very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for enlightening us with the next level of holistic approach. And very rightly you have said, and actually enlighten us and make us to think that we're not doing it for particular stakeholders. The exercise should have an objective of the whole universe. We should see all the stakeholders, particularly the students who is going to benefit, the person as a specific, as a part of universe, not as an individual, not in small connection with academia, industry, and other things. We should make an approach and holistic, this planning should be around the holistic development of a person as a part of universe. That will be a great guidelines for us, sir, and we are looking forward to have next meeting offline so that we can actually, our team here can work as in a workshop kind of project with all the academician industry persons, where we can really brainstorm, move on the things. So I would like to request that all the advisory team members are requested that please spare some time for the physical meeting next time. Now, the next.
So before you go
yes,
ahead, may I say a few things that came to my
yes,
mind
sir.
while we were listening to Professor Pandey?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please, please.
Yeah. So see, what Professor Pandey was saying interestingly connects with the requirement of imparting emotional intelligence to the students as well. So normally the technical education imparts, what we call as the technical capability, technical skills. But in my opinion, what a student should also take with himself or herself to his or her workplace, as well as all other interactions with the society, is emotional intelligence as well. And emotional intelligence would basically mean taking responsibility for actions, respect and empathy for others. um, uh, One should respond instead of react. Stay motivated, maintain positive attitude, have self-awareness, which is what Professor Pandey was also talking about. Be approachable and sociable. So all these attitudes, in which our conventional education actually does not address at all, also leads to a personality which is de-stressed, always positive, ready to contribute to the society, and look at things in a larger perspective, not just think of how his or her actions are going to impact his or her financial status in the short term, but also how his or her actions are going to impact the community, the society, the country at large. And as we all, always use this statement whenever we talk about larger context, and we say that nation first. That is our first responsibility as our citizens of this country. But to have this kind of a thought process initiated within a student that puts nation, society, community also in an important position when one acts or takes decisions. I think this needs to be imparted through some aspect of curriculum. I am not an expert in this, but I think this is something that lacks all our educational initiatives, whether it is places like IIT or any other this thing. This is something very Indian to our way of thought process, and I think it would be a great idea to think of how this can be made a part of the curriculum or made a part of knowledge transfer, so that we make the student more complete rather than only focus on the technical capabilities and skill sets of the students. So I think that these were great inputs from Professor Pandey, and I think these should be taken up seriously. So that's what I had to contribute. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Very well said. And I'm really thankful on behalf of the examination on all SVSU academicians and team members present here. That, yeah, you're right that being human is a skill. And being skill, university and skill-based outcome, it should be an integral part of not only evaluation system, rather, because evaluations make you what we need. And then ultimately our objective is to make life beautiful. Definitely, sir, we will take care of that, and I think we can add some values to the curriculum development, even the program designing. So now I would like to request Dhananjay Singh ji, sir, who is Director General at NHRDN. Sir has been associated with us since 2017, inception of this university, and he has been a guiding force in even developing the vision document of this university. Sir has a wide experience at national and international level for strategic planning, change management, board collaborations, and lot more. And one thing I would like to especially mention here, that Sir has been always like a mentor, an industry guide, and representing the what industry requires, what actually what challenges a student. It's a transition from a student to an adult, a person who's going to earn his livelihood, his or her livelihood, through some of his own projects or maybe serving somewhere. So that whole transition phase and the evaluation expected by the industry organization, what kind of challenges he has to face? Can we inculcate those evaluation patterns at the academia level so that the students can be prepared well in advance for those challenges and opportunities? So, sir, you have been kind enough to be always our mentor also. I would like to again welcome Shri Dhananjay Singh ji. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Hope I am audible. Okay. At the outset, I would like to thank the university and good friend Rajji for bringing all of us together here at this platform. And since inception, even before this university was formally launched, we can see that the university has taken the right steps to be the voice of the skills and skills which align with the industry requirements. And this has been done. I can see our colleagues from corporate sector also present here. And some amazing thoughts have been shared by all our previous members. And I was very, with a lot of enthusiasm, I was listening to all my colleagues word by word. And not only the words which are you can hear, but also the music behind them, which only talks about that how to make our curriculum more aligned with the industry so that we can serve other people. In fact, India's national anthem, which begins with Jan Gan Man, itself speaks about the unique proposition which we bring together, whether it is as a Jan, as our individuals, each one of us, what we bring to the society, the gifts which God has given to us. And once we understand what gifts we have, we hone them further and what we call skills. And then the group of those skilled people in our national anthem, we call it the Jan becomes the Gan, the group of people and the different groups of people. And together we create one national mind, which is Man. The mind which is unseen, yet very deep, very profound, and something which represents all of us as India, as Indians. Now, in this journey, which we are talking about, all the subjects which our respected members have touched upon, I can clearly see that there is a lot of duplicacy which is available in the system, and the vision which we have for our university at Haryana is clearly that this should become an institution which will truly represent whatever skill sets are required by the industry, and it becomes a melting pot where the industry shares that, okay, this is my requirement, and as per the industry requirements we prepare students who can serve those needs. So rather than doing the evaluation twice, one at the university level, second at the level of the organization or the industry, my dream or my vision or my expectation from the university and our team will be that we create a system which is so live wire, which is so deeply rooted in the realities of our industry, where they should have so much of trust in our evaluation, in our criteria, that whatever our colleagues at the university are doing, and once they evaluate, the students should directly join the organizations and serve the larger society. That is one larger thought process which I wanted to share. And I'm sure that the way the university is working and the way this team has been created, where some great minds from different walks of life have come together, will surely make a huge difference. Whatever little work we have done in assessments and development in India and globally, we have seen that typically Indians are very, very humble. The kind of work which we do, we always believe that I don't know how that work will be taken across the globe. My personal experience is the kind of diversity which we enjoy in the country, the kind of challenges which we overcome in our day-to-day life, the kind of products and services which we deliver and develop, they are very, very comprehensive. In fact, at National HRD Network, we created a product assessment and development for HR professionals. We were very humble, 150, 200 top professionals came together from different sectors, from the multinational companies to public sector enterprises to small and medium enterprises. They all came together, Indian multinational companies. And once we developed the product, we reached out to Michigan University to say that if they can critique the product, if they can critique the assessment model, all of us will feel very proud to know. University of Michigan in US said that you all are very, very humble in presenting this product and saying that this product has relevance for Indian managers. Actually, this product has so much of relevance not only for the professionals in the region in Asia, but also for HR professionals across the globe. We were, as mentioned, very humble to say that this is a product which we have developed for India. But people in US, they felt that this product is good enough to raise the bar for the profession across the globe. And they included that model in one of the 73 thought processes, which will shape the new wave of human resource professionals. Was fully aligned with the work done in India. I don't want to just push this just because we were born in India and this is our motherland, but I'm just talking about the fineness and the quality of work which is done in this country with a very, very inclusive approach, without any bias, without any thought process that, okay, this is something which we are doing and it is going to benefit only the users. And like our just now, Professor Kulkarni was talking about that, and Professor Pandey before that was talking about it. We always keep the five koshas in mind, that it should go beyond the caste, creed, religion, and the boundaries which nations have drawn. And I'm sure that our endeavor, since this is the first meeting, we are all of us are here, our endeavor should inspire and will inspire and globe. And this is the first already 120, and there are other very and specialist. We are fully with grateful thanks to each one of you for giving us the opportunity. Thank you very much, and we look forward to contribute together. Over to all of you, please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And as always, you have always given us and motivated us for a broader perspective. And Honorable Prime Minister Saab has also stressed that we need to be, skill capital for the world, and we need to prepare our youth for, for the world, not for Indian requirements only. And we have to develop a role model for the coming times because demographic dividends in our favor, and definitely the kind of support you have been always giving us offline, online, and always guiding force for us that what exactly industry wants, and you have been connecting us with a lot of industry leaders for better understanding of the future requirements. So looking forward for more support and always your guidance. Now I would like to invite our next esteemed speaker, Professor Raj Kumarji. He has been Dean Academic Affairs in DCRUST University, almost an experience of 38 years. Sir has, done and problems work not even in research and development. Rather, Sir has been heading and dean. He has been dean training and placements also. So, Sir is having an experience of academia. Sir is having an experience of research, then training placements, then industry requirements, and being Dean Academic Affairs, he has seen the process and guided the process of curriculum development, program designing, implementations, the challenges, and how we can make every time more client and how we can cope up with the latest development, industrial developments, and NEP also, no doubt. And Sir has, experience, a rich experience in all sphere, including examinations, academic bodies, council, executive councils, and lot many other processes at national and international level. And Sir has also completed NBA accreditation for his department and NAC accreditation also. So that will also always keep the team, particularly the SVSU team, always, targeting towards the quality work. That also Sir will be guiding on that front also. And Sir has been, actively involved in designing OBE, model question papers for DCRUST University. So, Sir, I would like to invite you again for your address, please.
ऑलरेडी काफी स्पीकर्स बोल चुके हैं और nothing is left for me to say in this regard. अभी मॉर्निंग में एक AICT ने एग्जामिनेशन रिफॉर्म्स पॉलिसी एक डॉक्यूमेंट वाज पब्लिश्ड इन नवंबर 2018. उनके चेयरमैन भी आज स्पीकर रहे हैं, उन्होंने उसमें डिटेल में वो बात बताई है. उसी को हमें फॉलो कर रहे हैं, उसी को हम जो है इम्प्लीमेंट कर रहे हैं. बेसिकली जो ये आउटकम बेस्ड एजुकेशन है, पहले में और अब में व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस? पहले हम क्या करते थे और अब हम क्या कर रहे हैं? अब हम उसको एक सिस्टम से हम ये देख रहे हैं, व्हाट वी आर टीचिंग, व्हाट वी आर कम्युनिकेटिंग, एंड स्टूडेंट्स जो हमने कम्युनिकेट किया वो कितना उसको सीखा. सपोज हमने कोई एप्लीकेशन पार्ट उसको सिखाया, एप्लीकेशन ऑफ बर्नौली इक्वेशन, ये हमने उसको लर्न कराया. इवैल्यूएशन मेथड से हम ये जानना चाह रहे हैं कि कितने % लोग इसको समझ पाए हैं, जिससे कि हम उस पर्टिकुलर उसमें अपने आप को इम्प्रूव कर सकें. टीचर एज ए टीचर वी कैन आल्सो इम्प्रूव, अपना कम्युनिकेशन सिस्टम इम्प्रूव कर सकते हैं, और उस कंपोनेंट को देख के हम लाएंगे, इसको अपग्रेड करेंगे. जो मेरा एक्सपीरियंस है, लाइफ एक्सपीरियंस टीचिंग का, इनिशियली फर्स्ट स्टेज में आई ज्वाइंड एट टेक चंडीगढ़. स्टूडेंट से एकदम मैं टीचर में जैसे हो गया, और बहुत सारे सीनियर टीचर थे और हम बिल्कुल जूनियर, हमें कोई काम वहाँ नहीं मिला करने के लिए, तो हमने सीखा भी कुछ नहीं है. देन आई ज्वाइंड हियर CRC मुरथल. इट वाज ए न्यू कॉलेज, about 1 year old only, 273 acres land, आधे से ज्यादा फॉरेस्ट दिखाई दे रहा था. मैं मैकेनिकल डिपार्टमेंट ज्वाइन किया तो बिल्डिंग भी नहीं थी. वहाँ सीनियर टीचर्स आर मिनिमम और हमारे जैसे जो है मैक्सिमम. तो उसकी गाइडेंस से हमने वो सब कुछ अपनी लाइफ में सीखा. कंटेंट्स सिलेबस के बनाने, लैब को डेवलप करना, बार बार कंटेंट रिवीजन करना विद द हेल्प ऑफ एक्सपर्ट्स एंड अदर एकेडमिशियंस नियर बाय। और इस प्रोसेस में भी इसको जो ये अब आया है, इसको इम्प्लीमेंट करने के लिए जो प्रोसेस है, वो पहला प्रोसेस फैकल्टी, स्टूडेंट्स, डिपार्टमेंट चेयरपर्सन, डीन, एकेडमिक अफेयर्स, कंट्रोल ऑफ एग्जामिनेशंस, इस दी चेन, ये चेन है और इस चेन को ही इसमें मैक्सिमम वर्क करना है। आउटसाइड एक्सपर्ट्स कैन गाइड ओनली, बता देंगे ऐसे करो वैसे करो, लेकिन जो टीचर जिसने अपना कंटेंट डिजाइन किया पर्टिकुलर कोर्स के, वो बेस्ट पॉसिबल जानता है। ICT ने बहुत इसमें काम किया है। डिफरेंट जो बीटेक के कुरिकुलम है विद द हेल्प ऑफ कमेटी उन्होंने डिजाइन किए हैं, मॉडल कुरिकुलम सर्कुलेट किया है, हमारे यहाँ भी सर्कुलेट हुआ था, मैंने उसको इम्प्लीमेंट भी करवाया है, थोड़ा थोड़ा उसमें चेंज करके अपने लेवल पे। और उसमें जो नया जो कंसेप्ट आ रहा है, हाँ CO लिखो, PO लिखो, प्रोग्राम ऑब्जेक्टिव का भी उन्होंने एक बुकलेट में दिया हुआ है। बीटेक के लिए, मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग के लिए 12P प्रोग्राम ऑब्जेक्टिव दिए हुए हैं। कोर्स, पर्टिकुलर कोर्स के ऑब्जेक्टिव क्या हैं वो दिए हैं, उसको कैसे अचीव करेंगे वो भी दिया हुआ है। पेपर सेट कैसे करना है वो भी दिया है। जो मैं देखता हूँ पास्ट में, जो दूसरी यूनिवर्सिटीज में मैंने देखा है, तो एक तरह से आता था पहले, attempt any 5 questions out of 8. Examiners are required to set 8 questions and candidates are required to attempt any 5. अब इसमें क्या प्रॉब्लम थी? टीचर्स may not cover full syllabus. टीचर्स ने कवर कर दिया तो जब कैंडिडेट है वो सोचता है चलो 5 ही सवाल का मैं देख लेता हूँ, बाकी छोड़ देता हूँ, और मार्क्स में इवैल्यूएशन हो गया, बाकी पता नहीं किसने क्या सीखा। जैसे अब ये पहले चलता था, कई जगह मैंने फिर देखा, लेट अस डिवाइड द होल सिलेबस इनटू 5 यूनिट्स, सम इंटरनल चॉइस। उसमें क्या होगा कि कहीं कंपलसरी क्वेश्चन आ गया तो कवर तो हो गया पूरा, हमने क्वेश्चन लिखा, क्वेश्चन के आगे मार्क्स लिखे, मार्क्स के आगे टोटल आ गया, हाँ भाई इतने मार्क्स आ गए, ठीक है, फर्स्ट डिवीजन आ गई या सेकंड डिवीजन आ गई, डिस्टिंक्शन आ गई। उसमें भी ये पता नहीं चल रहा था, उसमें दोनों तरफ प्रॉब्लम्स थी। जो पेपर सेटर है तो इंडिविजुअल की चॉइस हो गई, मैं एक क्वेश्चन के 1 2 3 ABC 3 पार्ट बनाऊं और मैं सीधा फुल एक क्वेश्चन 8 क्वेश्चन 8 ही, देयर इज नो पार्ट। तो वो ऑप्शन एग्जामिनर्स के पास था, कुछ भी बना ले, ठीक है, 2 डिफरेंट पेपर सेटर के पास जाएगा तो दोनों अलग अलग बना लेंगे। और स्टूडेंट को भी ये पता चलना चाहिए कि पेपर कैसे आएगा। तो हम जो कंटेंट्स बनाते हैं किसी भी सिलेबस के रिवीजन के टाइम, वहां पर नोट लिखते हैं फॉर एग्जामिनर्स, फॉर कैंडिडेट्स, एग्जामिनर्स को क्या करना है और कैंडिडेट उसको कैसे उसको अटेम्प्ट करेगा। तो ये दोनों साथ में ऑर्डिनेंस भी देखते हैं। एंड सेमेस्टर एग्जामिनेशन हमारा इस तरह से फॉर्मेट में आएगा, और विद इन सेमेस्टर्स माइनर टेस्ट, टर्म पेपर, असाइनमेंट, मिनी प्रोजेक्ट का जो इवैल्यूएशन है, सेमिनार इवैल्यूएशन है, दीज आर डिफरेंट कंपोनेंट्स किसी भी कोर्स के लिए जो होते हैं। स्किल के लिए है, मेजर कंपोनेंट है स्किल कंपोनेंट, यहाँ पता नहीं मुझे क्या है, यूजीसी का तो 40-60 रेशो में रहता है, AICT ने 50-50 रेशो में किया है। टीचिंग कंपोनेंट 50-50 स्किल कंपोनेंट, एंड UGC 40 टीचिंग 60 स्किल कंपोनेंट। तो उसमें क्वालिफिकेशन पैक है, वो उसको इवैल्यूएट करते हैं। तो अब इसमें जो नया सिस्टम आया है, तो उसके लिए ये डिपार्टमेंट लेवल से इनिशिएट होगा। डिपार्टमेंट अपने जो कंटेंट्स है पर्टिकुलर कोर्स के, उसके CO कोर्स आउटकम उसके लिखेंगे, उसको डिजाइन करेंगे। अगर पहले से अच्छा से डिजाइन है फिर कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, अगर डिजाइन नहीं किया तो थोड़ा सा एलोबरेट करेंगे उसको। तो उसके CO सभी के लिखेंगे। मान लिया 10 टीचर हैं, 10 कोर्स पढ़ा रहे हैं अलग अलग, हर एक इंडिविजुअल लिख सकता है, बाकी डिपार्टमेंट मीटिंग में उसको करके फाइनल कर सकते हैं। डिपार्टमेंट की मीटिंग में ही प्रोग्राम ऑब्जेक्टिव्स एज ए होल, जैसे आपका बीओ अभी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की बात हो रही थी, तो पूरे प्रोग्राम के क्या ऑब्जेक्टिव्स हैं, वो प्रोग्राम ऑब्जेक्टिव्स अपने जो कोर्स के ऑब्जेक्टिव हैं उनसे रिलेट होने चाहिए सारे के सारे। ये ना हो कि कोई किसी से एक हेडिंग हो गया उसके सब हेडिंग होने चाहिए, किसी ने किसी से मैच जरूर करने चाहिए। तो वो आपको प्रोग्राम ऑब्जेक्टिव भी डिफाइन करने होंगे, स्टूडेंट्स को बताना भी होगा, कोर्स ऑब्जेक्टिव भी डिफाइन करने होंगे और स्टूडेंट्स को बताना भी होगा। ये तो कोर्स के बाद आ गई। फिर वो नोट जो एआईसीटी ने जो रिकमेंड किया है, एआईसीटी ने रिकमेंड किया है अटेम्प्ट एनी 5 क्वेश्चंस। जो फर्स्ट जो 4 क्वेश्चंस है देयर आर इंटरनल चॉइस। मान लीजिए 4 सेक्शन एक कोर्स के बनाए, तो यूनिट 1 में से एक क्वेश्चन दूंगा और उसके कुछ पार्ट बनाऊंगा और अल्टरनेट चॉइस दूंगा, फिर पार्ट बनाऊंगा। एंड क्वेश्चन 9 इज कंपलसरी, वो सबके लिए करना है, उसके कई पार्ट्स बनाऊंगा। अब उसमें जो जिस तरह से मैं इवेल्युएट करना है, जो थोड़ा सैनी साहब ने भी वो एक लिस्ट बताई थी, ब्लूम टैक्सोनॉमी जो है, तो उसमें कुछ दिया है भाई, ये रिमेम्बरिंग वाले हैं जो खाली हमें याद करने होते हैं, जिसमें किसी की भी लॉ की स्टेटमेंट लिखवा लिया, कुछ हो रहे हैं वो। एक इस तरह के क्वेश्चन है, एक अंडरस्टैंडिंग के क्वेश्चन है सेकंड नंबर पे, एक है एक खाली हम मेमोरी रिकॉल करना है, दूसरा है उसको हमें थोड़ा समझाना भी है, फिर एप्लीकेशन टाइप है अप्लाई करने के। ये जो पहले 3 कंपोनेंट है, ये सभी जितने भी थियोरेटिकल कोर्स हैं उन सभी में ये क्वेश्चन पूछे जाएंगे। और एनालिसिस का जो 4th ब्लूम टैक्सोनॉमी है, ये थियोरेटिकल में भी पूछा जाएगा जो एंड सेमेस्टर एग्जामिनेशंस हैं, और जो दूसरे जो आपके है स्किल वाले, उसमें भी इसको पूछा जाएगा। तो इस तरह से जब क्वेश्चन बनेगा, तो क्वेश्चन में हम क्वेश्चन जैसे पहले लिखते थे उसके मार्क्स अवार्ड कर दिए, तो अब टेबलर फॉर्म में उसके आगे हमें सीईओ, उसका प्रोग्राम ऑब्जेक्टिव कौन सा है जो इससे रिलेटेड है, कोर्स ऑब्जेक्टिव कौन सा है वो इससे रिलेटेड है, ब्लूम टैक्सोनॉमी बीएल लेवल उसको हम बोलते हैं, BL1, BL2, BL3, BL4, BL5, BL6, 6 है ये। तो ये BL1 वाला क्वेश्चन है या BL2 वाला क्वेश्चन है या BL3 वाला क्वेश्चन है, वही मेंशन करना पड़ेगा। फिर उसका जो हमें अचीव कैसे किया, परफॉर्मेंस इंडिकेटर से PI से लिखते हैं, वो उससे रिलेशन क्या है, ये हमें क्वेश्चन पेपर में देने होंगे। हालांकि इसका स्टूडेंट से कोई रिलेशन नहीं, स्टूडेंट्स का तो है कि उसने स्टडी किया, एग्जाम में अपना लिख दिया और एग्जामिनर्स ने उसको इवैल्यूएट कर दिया, उसका फिर आगे ये तो खैर डिपार्टमेंट या इंस्टीट्यूट जानता है कि उसको आगे कैसे करना है, लेकिन एग्जामिनेशन ऑफिस वाले का ये जरूर है कि उसके बाद उसको इवैल्यूएशन करके ही बताए कि इसमें जो PO1 था या PO2 था या CO1 था, CO2, CO3, ये कौन सा था, कितना अचीव किया। रिमेम्बरिंग का मान लिया मैंने कोई 2 नंबर का क्वेश्चन डाल दिया, अगर कोई भी नहीं लिखता है इसका मतलब वो 0 आ गया, इसमें हमने कुछ नहीं समझा उसको, ना उसने कुछ याद किया। अगर सभी ने सही आंसर दिया है, सभी स्टूडेंट्स ने, तो मतलब 100% हो गया, 100% अचीवमेंट हो गई। तो इसी तरह से जो बहुत सारे जो इसमें जो 6 लेवल हैं, पहले 3 मैंने बताया थियोरेटिकल वाले हैं, 4th कॉमन है, वो सब जगह आ सकता है, 5th 6th मेनली आपके जो इंटर्नशिप है या स्किल कंपोनेंट्स वाला है उसमें है, उसकी भी एक टेबल दी हुई है इसमें बुकलेट में। तो जरूरी है जितने भी फैकल्टी मेंबर्स हैं, अगर ये बुकलेट नहीं पढ़ी है, इसको डाउनलोड करके नेट पे अवेलेबल है, उसको थोरोली इसको एग्जामिन करें, इसको पढ़ें। इसमें सैंपल भी दिए हुए हैं, रिमेम्बरिंग के क्वेश्चन का कैसे होंगे, एक पेज का पूरे बहुत सारे क्वेश्चन दिए हैं, अंडरस्टैंडिंग वाले क्वेश्चन कैसे सेट करेंगे, अप्लाई वाले कैसे करेंगे, एनालिसिस वाले कैसे करेंगे, ये सारे के सारे सैंपल दिए हुए हैं, और COPO वाले भी सैंपल दिए हुए हैं इसमें जितना भी है। तो ये सारा करने के लिए एकदम बहुत परफेक्ट लेवल पे आ गए। हम कोई CEO बनाएंगे, सपोज इस साल बनाए, वैसे भी जब हम एक्सपीरियंस के साथ साथ सीखते हैं, तो उसकी रिवीजन करते हैं। अगर हम पहले परफेक्ट होते आज तक सिलेबस रिवीजन ना होता। तो ऐसे ही अगर हम सीओ पीओ बनाएंगे, ये मैं समझिए कि यार क्या हो गया है, हो गया, उसको फिर से रिवाइज कर सकते हैं 1 साल के बाद। पहले साल तो हमने दे दिया, जो भी कंपोनेंट दिया है, स्टूडेंट एग्जामिन हो गए, हमें कुछ एक्सपीरियंस गेन होगा, कुछ मीटिंग्स में पता चलेगा, फिर से रिवीजन कर सकते हैं, फिर से और बेटर बना सकते हैं। तो ऐसे बेटर बन बन के ये सारा पता चल जाएगा भी जो हम पढ़ाना चाह रहे हैं, व्हाट वी आर टीचिंग, व्हाट वी आर कम्युनिकेटिंग, और स्टूडेंट्स क्या सीख रहा है, ये हमें बिल्कुल एक एक्सेल फॉर्मेट में बना के सारे एक्सरसाइज करके अचीवमेंट्स, अटेनमेंट लेवल हमें पता चल जाएगा कि कहाँ कमी है। हमें यही ढूंढना है कि जो हम पढ़ा रहे हैं उसमें कमी कहाँ रह गई, और उस कमी को हमें पूरा करना है। ये इसका ओवरऑल जो है एक ऑब्जेक्टिव है इस एनालिसिस करने का। नहीं तो पहले भी ऐसे ही था, मार्क्स दिया, एवलुएट किया, ठीक है, इसके 60 आ गए, 75 आ गए, तो किसकी कहाँ कमी रही इसमें कुछ मतलब नहीं। क्वेश्चन वाइज कई बार मैंने देखा अपने लाइफ एक्सपीरियंस में, कई यूनिवर्सिटी मैंने भी किया है, क्वेश्चन वाइज एनालिसिस कराती थी पहले थोड़ा सा, लेकिन ये बिल्कुल एक न्यूमेरिकल एनालिसिस हो गई, क्वेश्चन वाइज, पार्ट वाइज, अंडरस्टैंडिंग वाइज, किस किस तरह का हर एक उसमें, जिससे कि एक टीचर भी अपने आप को इम्प्रूव कर सकता है उससे कि कहाँ मेरे में लैक है इसमें। तो ये सारा पर्पज इस सारी एक्सरसाइज का यही है, और इसको इमीडिएटली लागू तो नहीं किया जा सकता क्योंकि पहले सीओ ये पीओ डिफाइन करने होंगे, लेकिन मैं ये एडवाइस कर सकता हूँ कि अभी जो पेपर बनाएं सभी फैकल्टी मिलके ये तो डिसाइड कर ले कि हम भाई सभी लेवल से क्वेश्चन डालें। अब उसका जो है कुछ पेपर आपको हो सकते हैं प्योर थ्योरेटिकल हो और कुछ मिक्स टाइप हो। एआईसीटी ने जो डिफाइन किया है, जो एआईसीटी मींस कमेटी ने जो डिफाइन किया है, जो आज चेयरमैन भी थे उस यूनिवर्सिटी के थे, क्या नाम है उसका, केएलएफ वाले, उन्होंने बनाया है। तो 40-60 के रेशो में उन्होंने कहा है ये पहला जो BL1 BL2 40% और रिमेनिंग 60%, लेकिन ये सब भी पॉसिबल नहीं है। मान लिया डिजाइन का पेपर आ गया तो उसमें नहीं चलेगा, तो उसमें एनालिसिस ज्यादा चलेगा। प्योर थ्योरेटिकल आ गया तो एक कंपोनेंट बढ़ जाएगा पहले वाला। तो ये थोड़ा देखना है, ये स्टडी करके अगर अभी जो नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन अभी हम पेपर सेट करें, ये सभी लेवल को इंक्लूड कर लें, उसमें स्टूडेंट्स को बताया जाए, ये नहीं भाई इस यूनिट से न्यूमेरिकल आएगा, स्टूडेंट सोचता है न्यूमेरिकल ही आएगा, डेरिवेशन थ्योरी वगैरह पढ़ने की जरूरत नहीं है। तो उसको पता लगा कुछ भी आ सकता है, रिमेम्बरिंग वाले भी आ सकता है, अंडरस्टैंडिंग वाले भी आ सकता है, एनालिसिस वाले भी आ सकता है, एप्लीकेशन वाला भी आ सकता है, तो फिर थोरोली पड़ेगा उसको। तो इस तरह के पर्पज हैं इस सब काम के। और हम अभी से पेपर इस तरह से थोड़ा पूरा वो सेट ना करें कि जब तक सीओ पीओ नहीं बन जाएंगे तो पेपर उस तरह सेट नहीं होगा। लेकिन ये कम से कम लेवल मेंशन भी ना करें, स्टूडेंट्स को बताएं भाई हर तरह का क्वेश्चन आ सकता है, 6 लेवल है और इसमें किसी भी टाइप का क्वेश्चन पूछा जा सकता है। उसी तरह से अभी से बनाना शुरू करते हैं, धीरे धीरे इसको इम्प्रूव करें। तो ये सब जो है धीरे धीरे इम्प्लीमेंट हो जाएगा, और इसमें कोई ऐसी वो बात नहीं है कि बहुत बड़ा टॉपिक आ गया। ये सब एस्टेब्लिश्ड हो गए, जो भी आज स्पीकर हैं जो बोल रहे हैं पहले से ही ब्लूम लेवल वाला 1951 से चल रहा है, हमें पता भी नहीं है। ये रिवाइज्ड हुआ 2001 में, अभी भी 21-22 आ गया। तो ये प्रोसेस है, प्रोसेस तो हमेशा चलता ही रहता है। जब तक हम इसको कुछ करेंगे हो सकता है कुछ और एडवांसमेंट आ जाए। तो जितना जल्दी से जल्दी इसको करें और इफेक्टिवली करें, मेरी एडवाइस यही है। थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. You have actually shared your hands-on experience and real experience and challenges. And you know, in your talk, I find you know some answer to biggest problem. But we try to find out where is the gap. Where is the gap? No doubt, In today's world, syllabus and contents are not as per requirements of the industry. But another reason to have a gap between the learning of the candidate and expectations of the industry is also that we are not covering all. So somehow in designing the evaluation process, we are giving space to the students and the candidates to do little one and pass the next level. So with one point that the curriculums are not updated as per requirement. Second, whatever curriculum is there, the students are not focusing on learning that even that complete curriculum, and they are finding the ways just to clear for the next level. And that actually defines the hidden problem, that okay, why there is so much gap, even in spite the students are completing the degrees, scoring the marks, but not having that knowledge, not skill. So you have actually hit the the real gaps. Thank you so much, and I'm really quite hopeful that for more and more such interactions and regular interactions with you, and able to take care of these things, these practical, real hands-on experiences also. Thank you once again, sir. Now I would like to request a mentor and again a partner of Skill University, I can say, sir. He has been again associated with us since the inception of this Skill University, Shri R.K. Sharma ji. He is Associate Vice President, Heads Skill Development, JBM Groups. He is postgraduate in mechanical engineering and having 34 years of experience, 7 of in industry, and more than 27 years of experience in vocational and skill development. And अगर मैं skill की एरिया की बात करूं तो आज सर जो टीम में है skill development के एरिया में, he is the senior most person available with us and is a mentor in skill ecosystem. Sir is also National Brand Ambassador for Apprenticeship Training, Government of India. He is Member State Steering Committee of Skill Development and Industrial Training Department. He is also member of CII North Regional Committee Skill Development. He was invited by Government of Federal Republic of Germany to study and develop of implant training scheme for industrial occupations and visited several training institute, universities, industries in Germany within a structured program. So, sir, you have a vast experience in skill ecosystem, vocational training, which way we are actually working upon and where we need to develop this and revise this current evaluation system. So I would like to request you to share your rich experiences and guide us.
Thank you, Professor Chanchal. First of all, I am really very happy that you have formed a group and you have identified a topic where one has to focus, that is the outcome-based evaluation system, or we can say the evaluation system of the programs being offered by the university. See, the new education policy and the conventional education system, our primary education, secondary education, polytechnics, engineering colleges, and altogether a different skill university, which is the new concept in India. And again, the leading university is Shri Vishwakarma Skill University, which is the first skill university. So it has more challenges, much more challenges people are looking at. So your evaluation system has to be quite different. It is not to follow the conventional evaluation system being followed in engineering colleges or in polytechnics. There are so many theories, rightly said by Professor Singh, being practiced since 1951. We were getting the outputs, the common outputs. We are finding the engineers coming out from so many engineering colleges. When we place several items, they are not even able to identify, or they do not have even the conceptual knowledge. That is the outcome of the common, I can say, the lower brand of engineering colleges. Here, outcome-based education, I am surprised that any program, when it is designed, first the program objectives are written. After that, the courses, each course has its course objectives. So the evaluation, learning, teaching, and evaluation, they cannot be separated. They have to be integrated. Whenever we are designing the evaluation system, maybe I will request that in next meetings or within the internal group, may not be this committee, but in the subcommittees, there should be the participation of the teaching faculty and the this evaluation department, examination department. Teaching faculty should also be well aware, and even the learners or the students, maybe the students are in the very primitive stage. If some matured students of the final year or those who are pass out students, if one or two students could be kept in such working group, because it is going to be a very novel experience. We are going to design something extraordinary that is not going to be normal education evaluation system. Let us develop an evaluation system which is effective. Each program has to display the outcomes which are measurable, quantifiable, and qualitative. So the pass out students whose future is at the stake with the university, he is proud of when he goes out. He may get an employment, but the skill university is not made only for getting a job. This university is a part of MSDE, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. So we should focus also on the entrepreneurs. Skill university has to produce entrepreneurs, because the pass out candidates will have better hands-on skills, better confidence, so they will be able to do the real projects. I have studied a theory of that evaluation system written by Professor Dr. Klein. Dr. Klein is a senior professor who worked on TVET, that is project and transfer oriented techniques. How to ensure that the students, participants are acquiring the skills. Skills cannot be taught. Skills cannot be learned only by demonstrations. Skills have to be practiced. It has to, so for that, university has adopted quite good model, that is the dual system training and having partnership with the industry. Industry is participating. Some missing skills. Now we are hopeful with the new upcoming campus at Dudhola, when the university will have its own workshops and laboratories. Each student will make practices before going to industry. So the basic skills have to be practiced, because on the job training, apprenticeship, internship, all these things are basically helpful once the student gets the basic hands-on training in the university, in the technical institutions or the colleges. If we are able to provide basic skills to the students, then our model will bear the good results. The students performing in any, will be working in any industry, will be able to correlate their practical skills learnt in the workshops, knowledge gained in the classrooms, and they are seeing the applications in the industry, performing hands-on operations. This model would be one of the best. Second, my suggestion is that our assessment should not be focused on the final assessment. Assessment must be the continuous assessment. For the basic assessment or evaluation of the skills, I will say it is easier than evaluation of the knowledge. Evaluation of the skills, one has to put initial effort, maybe first 1, 2, 3 years, we have to do more work. We have to develop special training exercises books. We have to design the exercises, and each exercises have to be practiced by the student. Once the student performs, teacher evaluates, and the results could be written. Yes, this is the dimension, this is the surface finish, this is the achievable result. So here, step by step, maybe the exercise 1, exercise 2, exercise 10, and exercise 20. He is giving quite a good time for the skills. Say, I suppose around 40 to 50% of the time in our curriculum goes to the skills in laboratories or in the practical trainings. So the basic foundation must be made through series of practice exercises. They have to be honestly evaluated and communicated back to the individual students. So the student is basically removing those faults in the skill. It is not only making the job, it is making the job by following the right methods, using the right tools, following the right practices, and his behavior, how he is approaching, everything is observed. I have been the jury for the national, that is word skills, India skills national and regional, both the competitions we have organized, particularly for manufacturing skills, mechanical engineering based, CNC milling, CNC turning, plastic die manufacturing. So what we have seen, there is a great maybe gap. Some students are so skilled because they have practiced out, they have practiced very sincerely, maybe years of the practice. I was surprised that even in the third year of the diploma, a student is making a job which a person working in industry, even with 10 years experience, cannot produce. The speed, the accuracy, the selection of the tools. So such results are the outcome of dedicated teachers and the students' effort. So here in the Skill University, everybody is watching. Everybody is watching what are the results you could display to the society in terms of the achievements nationally and internationally. Second, the students passing out. You have got another challenge that in conventional education system, a student goes and comes, he reads book at home. Here he has to go to industry also. He has to go to enterprise where one has to work. So they were never in our conventional education system. Students are not supposed to work, but here students are coming to us. We are asking them to work for 8 hours. We are treating them as operator. It may be written in the paper that students, they are students not to be treated as operator. No industry will accept this. Let us accept the bitter truth. Once students go to the industry for on-job training, they have to be mentally prepared that they are going to perform maybe in the beginning the simple operations. Step by step, they will be put on complex and critical operations, but they have to perform the role of the operators, role of the supervisors, role of the planners. They will be put sequentially on different skills. In the beginning, they will do operating. In next, maybe they will be doing inspecting. Next, they will do planning. Then they will be put in the designing. So they get an overall exposure of the industry. That is the beauty of on-the-job training, apprenticeship, internship. So these apprenticeship, on-job training, then internships, these are the opportunities the students are getting within the training period. Quite a good time, say around 50% time, the student is subjected to do on-job training or internship. So this is the beauty of the programs of Skill University. Now we have to shape up, we have to give a shape, make standard operating procedures for assessment even while they are on-job training. So when they are on-job training, together with the industry, Skill University, we have to make some standard systems that what would be the monthly assessment and then the terminal examination. It is, let us not do the formality. Let us give the feedback to the students who is better, what was his achievement in the first maybe month 1, 2, 3, 4. Every month we must give the feedback to the student, what was your performance during OJT, because some of your programs, I can say maybe 30-40% of your programs are in dual system. They are conducted jointly in the industry campus where the Vishwakarma Skill University teacher is also available. So teacher is there, students are there. And so our assessment system, our evaluation system has to be continuous, and there has to be a feedback mechanism. Students must be communicated back. Yes, in the first month, your attendance was this, your performance in terms of quality was this, you produced 100% okay jobs. If this is so, maybe you will be promoted to the planning department based on your performance, or in the quality, or in the maintenance. And so this particularly Skill University, our evaluation system, this working group, again the subcommittees, we will give our guidance that for each component there has to be different assessment system. Theoretical papers would be the same like in engineering colleges or in polytechnics. Our traditional system is good enough, so that will judge the knowledge component. But for judging the skill component, we have to again make a systematic approach to develop the evaluation of the skill component, particularly in OJT. Practical exercises are very simple to be evaluated. They have to be evaluated by the internal teachers who will be in the university workshops and laboratories, and they must be evaluated very timely. Aisa nahi hai, the student has made the job and the jobs are kept by the instructor, then he is not. The students are making the jobs, they must be communicated back within the same week. Within the same week, if some 20 students have made their 20 jobs, they have to be evaluated, and each student has to be given marks, and this performance has to be communicated back. Somebody has rejected the jobs, somebody gets 95%, somebody gets 35%. So this exercise 1, 2, 3, 4, from simple to complex to critical, we have to design simple individual exercises. Then at the end, they will make a project. We have made, I remember 1982, 1986, where our teachers were the Germans. We were doing exercises, and then at the end, we have made a boring head. This is used in the milling machine and performing the real operation. Then we get a delight. Yes, this is working in 10 microns. Then we make a vice, we make a die set. So for each program, we have to design a training exercise manual, the course book. That is, I am discussing for the practical training. Theoretical component, you are the experts. Practical training, the real work is lagging, where university has to work, great work, because that will make the positions, that will develop confidence and entrepreneurship. And when with the basic knowledge student goes to the industry, industry will welcome. Then industry will accept the students, and the student knows that I am supposed to do this in the operation, and he has to accept that the industry, the machine, the workshop, the working place, that is his temple. Today he is hesitating in cleaning the machine, workplace. That has to be a delight. Everyone must take it as a pride. Yes, this is my machine, and I will keep it clean like my temple, because this machine has to work not 1 year, 2 years, it has to work 30 years, 40 years. If we care for our machines, then the accuracy of the machines, precision of the machines is maintained for lifelong. So those very small habits, that is why I say the evaluation system has to be integrated with the teaching, learning, and evaluation. Teaching, learning, evaluation, it has to be a closed loop. And a teacher could be later an evaluator. A teacher has to also perform the role of an evaluator, and teacher has to teach according to the evaluation system what is going to be in the university. So we will be, I think my best wishes that let us work honestly, in the most holistic way. Very rightly, learned professors have shared their thoughts, and I fully agree that ultimately, whether skill university, polytechnic, ITI, or any engineering college, the output has to come to the society and in the industry and ultimately to the nation. So the students must be taught those components: attitude part, emotional quotient, spirituality, love and affection for each other. that they do teamwork. All these things are very, very essential, and we are confident these components are already taken care of in the curriculum, and curriculum development is dynamic process. In this university, I think every year we are working on revision of curriculum, adding new things, removing the old items. So this dynamic, vibrant curriculum design and participation of industry into evaluation, teaching, learning, training, all this will make the courses different, and the popularity of the university is going to be only then and then, because it is a tough time. Otherwise, we are not getting even the candidates to the courses. Whereas the normal conventional courses, there is a queue. People are going for BA, they are not coming to BCom, BVOC. People are going to take admission in the normal BSc and they are not coming to the BVOC. Why? Whereas the BVOC program is livelihood giving programs, having the same approval to any other UGC approved courses. They can write civil services, they can go to any other. So we have to establish the image of vocational education in the country. This is a challenging task given is taken up by Shri Vishwakarma Skill University. Many other skill universities are following. They are also on the way to be established. So thanks once again. My best wishes for this.
दो तरह से हैं evaluation के लिए. एक को है जहां हम क्वेश्चन पेपर सेट करते हैं, उसमें टाइम लिमिट होती है, कोई 3 hours 2 hours, विद इन दैट पीरियड स्टूडेंट को उसमें लिखना, आंसर जो भी करना है. एक वो सिस्टम है जिसमें हम ये करते हैं. दूसरा वो एक ऐसी जैसे आपका स्किल का है या इंटर्नशिप है, जहां इवोल्यूशन में टाइम फिक्स नहीं है. ठीक है ना. मैं किसी को अगर इवोल्यूट करना है, ये नहीं कि मैंने 10 मिनट के अंदर ही इसका खत्म कर देना है. एक तो है जहां कैंडिडेट को फिक्स टाइम में आंसर देना है, जैसे एंड सेमेस्टर एग्जाम थ्योरी का होता है या कोई माइनर टेस्ट होते हैं, लिखा आता है आधा घंटे में करना है. एक है जहां टाइम लिमिट नहीं है स्टूडेंट्स के लिए, तो उसके लिए रूब्रिक्स टेबल बनाए हैं, उसमें कई कंपोनेंट है. और जैसे ये कह रहे हैं, मान लिया 10 एक्सरसाइजेज हैं, तो 10 एक्सरसाइज की भी फर्दर कंपोनेंट्स हैं. ये नहीं कि जॉब बनाया और हम फाइनल जॉब को देख रहे हैं, तो उसके अंदर भी सब कंपोनेंट है. वो कमेटी ने काफी एडवाइस किया है उसमें भी. अगर इसमें सभी फैकल्टी मेंबर पढ़ेंगे, डिस्कस करेंगे और कुछ करेंगे, तो उसका भी सिस्टम है. दोनों है, फिक्स टाइम वाला भी है और जिसमें कोई टाइम फिक्स नहीं है. काफी टाइम लग सकता है. मान लिया प्रेजेंटेशन है, ज्यादा मिनी प्रोजेक्ट है, या आपका स्किल डेवलपमेंट के लिए जो भी आपका क्वालिफाइंग पैक वगैरह चल रहा है वहां, उसके फर्दर कई कंपोनेंट्स हैं. वो बिल्कुल ही अलग, एंटायरली डिफरेंट है.
नहीं डॉक्टर सिंह, हाँ मैं आपको यहाँ बताना चाहूंगा, मैं जो कहना चाह रहा हूँ वो आप नहीं समझ रहे. स्किल कंपोनेंट इज रिस्ट्रिक्टेड विद इन टाइम. एग्जामिनेशंस आज से नहीं, पिछले 50 सालों से विद इन टाइम होते हैं. यू आर गिवन प्रोजेक्ट, इट इज टू बी फिनिश्ड इन 8 hours. You have to finish in the national skills. I was there. पूरे देश के NITs, IITs, ट्रिपल IITs के लोग थे, and 6 hours job. मैं जॉब की फोटो भी दिखा रहा हूँ आपको. 6 hours job. You have to make model. You have to do machining. Then you have to submit the job. We will get it evaluated on CMM in 1 micron accuracy. With 1 micron accuracy, these jobs are evaluated. So the assessment, these skill university candidates, in particularly manufacturing skills, they will be evaluated also time bound, where the speed, accuracy, selection of tools and everything finished. Stop the machine, take the jobs back. That is the way of evaluating the practical examinations and skill components. What skill में शंघाई में, चाइना में जब होना है ना, वहाँ 88 देश आएंगे. I think Sudhanshu, you are here. You participated last time in Russia, है ना? You were in Russia. So the India comes nowhere. We came with only 1 gold. अभी हरियाणा was with 0 gold. हाँ जी.
Sarma ji, our participant will participate in Shanghai this time. That is a
I
learning
know.
outcome. That is the rubrics of, of my, me being into the Russia.
Okay,
Sorry,
so
sorry to interrupt.
Sudhanshu, I recently visited Bhubaneswar, CV Raman Global University, and they have got 25 Center of Excellences. They have won 70% of the medals won by the entire Orissa. You see, Orissa as a single state has won 10 times more medal than Haryana. 10 times. You can say the 50% of the India's skill medals have gone only to Orissa. Again, of that 50%, 70% are won only by the single university, that is CV Raman Global University. The labs, the type of training they are giving, I have seen the boys who are participating, they go 7 o'clock in the morning in those labs, come 10 o'clock in the night. Mane 15 ghante, 15 hours. Okay. And it is not one day. This has to be practiced 6 months because you have to compete. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Sharma sir. You have actually, focused and stressed that, okay, yeah, no doubt that skill component is a very important component of skill-based courses, and industry inputs are must. Now, NEP is also recognizing apprenticeship or OGT as a credit-based program, and we, being in school university, we are already doing the same. And the second point you have stressed is evaluation should not be a judging, stick. Evaluation should be a feedback process. Evaluation should be as a tool of learning. That is quite great inputs given by you. Yes, evaluation should be a continuous process. It should be not as a judgment stick. It should be used as a feedback system. Now I'm extremely sorry, and also appreciate that all our external experts have to bear the time lags with us. We are going beyond the time provided for the meeting, and I'm again requesting to please be with us, because there are so many inputs and there are a number of meetings we will be conducting in future. And thanks for bearing with us, and thanks for being with us and waiting for the extended times. So now I would like to request Shri Sudhanshu Ji, Deputy General Manager, Technical Hero Lead, Hero Gurukul. He has an experience over 2 decades in operational training and skill development. Again, he is having a rich experience in course content development, especially for skill ecosystem, ASDC and SVSC also. With my great pleasure, I would like to share with all the members that he and his team has been the first to initiate the first program of SVSC. And with his team and guidance, because we all from the contemporary education system, and he as in his team was for skill ecosystem and already doing the skill training and evaluation as Gurukul Hero. And they have not only helped us and understanding developing together, they have also trained our faculty at the initial stage, and join hand to hand together in developing the first of its kind program. And they have trained our faculty for OGT trainings and further developments. I really I convey my thanks again on this platform. Now I would like to over to Mr. Sudhanshu Ji. Please.
Thanks, Chanchal ma'am. Thanks, SVSU, for giving the opportunity, and thanks all the respected members present over here. Talking about skill, I am a little bit, emotional in a way, because this is something which we are doing for nation building. Okay, and our actions always, reflect in someone's, career. So that is the reason why we have to. But at this moment, we need to be a little bit mindful of time. So I will not take much time. Will explain my view. Okay, in 2 different perspectives. Always, I believe in action generates motivation. Okay, so when someone is motivated, someone is aspired, someone is happy, can contribute more. So the teaching methodology, the pedagogy of teaching, again, for the teaching pedagogy, we won national awards multiple times. So from that, what we learned, We need to teach people. Say for example, if a small thing like cleaning, if we have to teach someone on the cleaning, we need to teach it like cleaning is inspection, inspection is detection, detection is correction, correction is perfection, perfection is satisfaction, satisfaction is further action, and further action is motivation. So if we could able to connect the dots, then only it will be win for the industry as well as win for the student, because students are those who actually needs to be developed holistically, not only on the knowledge front, skill front. Their behavioral aspect also needs to be improved, so that they can be job ready and take this country forward. So coming back to the part, or the industry I am representing, it is auto industry. So in concept of auto industry, uh, there are three different trends, futuristic trends. Talking about the futuristic trends, one is the manufacturing trend, second is the changing the market demand, third is the lot of government interventions. So all these three trends actually is an opportunity, providing us an opportunity for building the new capability. But whether this capability of people to adapt these three changes, manufacturing trend is like adoption of I 4.0, do we have readily available resources? The answer is no. At this moment we have very limited handful of people who are ready with this trend. Second is the when I say change in market demand, means mobility, shifting the mobility preferences, and people are now more inclined towards automated, connected, electric and shared vehicles. So that means the skill set for selling the vehicle, that also requires a different level of skill set. Okay. Similarly, government's intervention in the regulatory norms are getting changed rapidly. That means that there will be a lot of technological thrust. So it is an opportunity for both, for the industry as well as for the academia. How the students of SBSU, they are earning while learning. That means they are in the industry needs to take the first movers advantage. That means if EV has to come, then our industries like Hero, who is pioneer in the automobile, we also will have this three trends at a time. Like in the manufacturing, we have the I 4.0 compliant plants. Then we have we have different new technologies like BS6, OBD1, OBD2, EV. That means it is already available, and the students, they are having opportunity to practice on those machines, those technologies. Okay, only we need to connect the dot. What type of dot? We need to make a matrix of what are the requirements through the radar charts. It may be now let me show something in 2 minutes time maybe. Oh, okay, let me share my screen and show something, how should be our teaching pedagogy and how it will help us. Okay. I will directly go to a slide. Yeah, this is the slide. So one person should work in three ways. Their analytical and troubleshooting skills needs to be widened, and the core skill needs to be deepened. If we could able to do it, may it be in the process front, may it will be in the equipment front, may it will be on the product front, the possibility of that person getting employability will be higher. Someone which core skills is depend. Say for example, it's a process skill, so he or she could able to reduce the rejections, can able to reduce the breakdowns if their equipment skill is widened, and could able to do the focus tagging. That means Kaizen or innovation if the analytical skills are strong. I'm not taking much time, but we need to develop the pedagogy in such a way that people should actually understand these three elements: widening as well as deepening. Somewhere I was just listening to other speakers and Sarmaji also, somewhere we have not created examples. So previous batch, there were students who actually did well in mechatronics and manufacturing. Why we have not created the ecosystem to to get some of the students in SBSU itself. Like Sarmaji was talking about, CTDC Bhubaneswar or CB Raman of Odisha. These are the two pioneer institutions where there are a lot of students who are getting good medals. There they have, they have the students who become the skill faculties, because skill is something which you need to, you need to depend. You cannot pick anyone from anywhere and tell him or her to, teach skill. Okay, so we should okay, in context of hero, we have taken one girl, Ladli, as a skill faculty, and we could able to see what effects he is bringing in this year. Particularly in this year, we have 30% of Haryana's state champions were from Gurukul itself. 30% they are the state winners, and students are now they are practicing for the international level. So we have to create some of the examples. That's a request. And second part is from the industry side also, I guess we also need to do a lot in terms of providing the adequate support. Somewhere when we see there are not much seriousness among the students, sometimes we also think, okay, let it go attitude. We also need to bring those through a proper induction mechanism. Again, to everyone present here, particularly for the industry people, let me tell you, when we have introduced a specific induction process, we got good results in terms of absenteeism. And our project based learnings, we have given them the projects for 3 months. Now we are getting good results in terms of bringing innovation to the plate. And this world skill competition is a proof of that. 30% of our students were among the the state champions of Haryana. So thank you very much. I'm not taking much time in interest of the time. Thanks. If there is any query, you can ask me.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. You have given such a brief description in such a time constraint. Also, you have. We understand because we have planned the meeting over by 1:30, and you have simultaneous one more meeting, and you spare your time. You are always there to guide us, our team, and we would like to see you next time offline to really develop this document with your help, as always been in past also. Thank you so much. Now I would like to request our next esteemed speaker, who is presently controller of examination of a state government university, D Crust University, and who is not just an academician, a brilliant academician, a researcher, and he's having a passion for evaluation processes. I know sir personally for a long time, and whenever we have interacted in various meeting at the state level, he has been always and come up as a dynamic, innovative person in the area of evaluation. Sir has a national and international experience in examination and academia, definitely in research and academia also. But his passion, his research in evaluation processes and experimental in evaluation, and probably he has been the first one to make the evaluation process in the state university on a digital platform, a self-established digital platform. Because as we have interacted, and Registrar Sahib has also said that in skill ecosystem, the assessment evaluation needs need to serve a large volume at one go. So without all these initiative, without all these dynamic experimental thought processes, it is not possible. So sir has been always there to guide us. I would like to again request to guide us for this innovative and a kind of its initiative to move further, sir. Thank you. Over to Professor M.S. Dhankar Saab, Controller of Examination, D Crust University.
Thanks, Madam Chantal. Hope you can hear me.
Yes, sir.
Thanks a lot for giving me opportunity to join your meeting. and I think nothing is left for me. All learned professors and experts, they have given so many inputs. It's really a knowledge admission, it's a knowledge addition for me as well. Most of the things have been covered. Earlier, I was planning to speak few minutes about the question paper setting, that how the question paper should be designed to move away from the conventional way of setting of question paper, and which we in DCRUST experimented in December 2019 examination. But after that, due to Corona, this Corona epidemic, we have to leave all those reforms and have to give many concessions to the students regarding number of question choices and the mode of examination. All of you know, during this period, I can say last 4 examinations were conducted in a very casual manner. तो पहले तो मैंने सोचा था कि क्वेश्चन पेपर सेटिंग के बारे में ही डिस्कस करूंगा मैं, लेकिन मेरे से बेहतर और मेरे से अच्छा बहुत सारे लोगों ने ये यहाँ पे डिस्कस किया, एंड पर्टिकुलरली प्रोफेसर राजकुमार, उन्होंने सारा ही मेरा जो मैटर था वो चुरा लिया, तो मेरे पास वो कुछ डिस्कस करने का बचा नहीं है रियली, बिकॉज I was also interested to discuss that how the Bloom's level should be mentioned, the course outcomes, program outcomes, and what instructions the question paper setter must have before him before setting the questions, and all these things. That first 3 Bloom's levels are for end semester examinations, theory examinations, and rest of the are for other evaluation processes which do not require 3 hours time or 2 hours time, like that. इसमें सिर्फ मैं इतने तो ये वो सारा डिस्कस हो चुका है, इसमें सिर्फ मैं इतना कहना चाहूँगा, एक डॉक्टर पांडे और डॉक्टर कुलकर्णी ने मोरल वैल्यूज की बात की थी, एंड दैट मोरल वैल्यूज एंड एथिक्स भी डॉक्टर राजकुमार भी शायद बताना भूल गए, हमने यहाँ इम्प्लीमेंट कर रखा है. वी हैव ए कोर्स, मैंडेटरी कोर्स for moral values and ethics, and now earlier it was a audit pass audit fail course, a non-credit course you can say, but now it has 2 credits. So the main problem, so these things have been discussed, so I changed my mind to discuss examination reforms only, and only 6 milestones in Indian higher education history I want to share with you. These are, you will be surprised to know that the talk of first examination reforms in India was started in 1854. When Charles Wood, the then president of Board of Control in Britain, wrote to Lord Dalhousie, the then Governor General, that all the universities affiliating, some affiliating universities were established in India by British people, they have to follow the rules of University of London. This was the first step when there was a talk of examination reforms in India. Then just after independence, Dr. Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan, who was heading the University Education Commission. At that time, there was no University Grants Commission. In 1948, Dr. Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan, who later became the President of India, we all know this. So he was heading University Education Commission, और मैं उनकी एक स्टेटमेंट यहाँ पे यूं का यूं उसको बोलना चाह रहा हूँ. That is in quotes. Quote, we are convinced that if we are to suggest any single reform in university education, it would be that of examination. Unquote. I am repeating, we are convinced that if we are to suggest any single reform in university education, it would be that of examination. I am not saying because I am controller of examination, but this is the statement of 1948 of Dr. Radhakrishnan. So this was the second milestone, that there was a discussion on examination reform. क्योंकि हमारे सारे डिस्कशन से यही लगता है कि एग्जामिनेशन रिफॉर्म्स में बातें बहुत हुई हैं, लेकिन एग्जीक्यूशन या इम्प्लीमेंटेशन वाला पार्ट हमारा पुअर रहा है अब तक भी, एज ऑन टुडे ऑल्सो. Third milestone in this evaluation or examination reforms was the year of 1957, after 48. First was in 1854, then 1948 after independence, in Indian higher education system I am talking, not school education. Then third was in 1957. A committee was constituted under the then Registrar of University of Bombay by the University Grants Commission. उस वक्त यूनिवर्सिटी ग्रांट्स कमीशन came into existence. I think UGC came into existence in 1956 और उसके फौरन बाद 1957 में ही SR डोंगर के होते थे रजिस्ट्रार ऑफ यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ बॉम्बे, एक कमेटी कॉन्स्टिट्यूट की गई and that committee recommended that let's call Dr. Benjamin Bloom of University of Chicago to India for examination reforms. Then in the year 1958 and 59, Dr. Benjamin Bloom visited 4 universities in India and there 4 seminars were conducted. One in Osmania University, second in Patna, third in Aligarh and fourth in Pune. And they gave very detailed recommendations and still many of those recommendations are waiting for implementation. This was the third milestone in the year 1957. Then again UGC made an effort in 1967. After 57, after 10 years, again a committee was constituted under the chairmanship of Professor F.C. Olak of University of Delhi, which suggested grading system, semester system, and all those were initiated during those days. And some of the recommendations were implemented and some, I'm not going into all the recommendations, but some are still pending because I have documents with me of all the recommendations of these reforms, starting from 1854 to this. I will come to 2019. This was the fourth one in 1967. Then in 1972, a plan of action was prepared and its name was given Minimum Program of Examination Reforms. जैसे हम जब कई गवर्नमेंट कभी गवर्नमेंट बनती है ना, कई पार्टियों की देखते हैं अपने यहाँ, पहले कुछ पार्टीज मिलके बनाती थी तो एक मिनिमम कॉमन प्रोग्राम बनाते थे. तो इसमें क्या फील किया गया ना 1972 में, that most of the recommendations of earlier committees are not being implemented across the country in the universities. So let's make a minimum program कि भाई इतना तो कम से कम हम implement करें. So action plan was prepared and the name of the document, the title of the document was Minimum Program of Examination Reforms, and which also has many recommendations of Benjamin Bloom, F.C. Olak, and other small committees of University Grants Commission. Then after a gap of 30 years in 2018, there were 2 committees. One was constituted by, you can say, this UGC under Professor M.M. Salunke, then Vice Chancellor of Bharati Vidyapeeth Pune, and another by AICT under the chairmanship of Professor Ashok Shetter, who fortunately who is a member of your advisory body also. This in 2018, they gave recommendations about the outcome-based education and a very beautiful document, जिसका डॉक्टर राजकुमार ने भी जिक्र किया, examination reforms. It was published, I think, in November 2018 by AICT. It's a really very rich document है और इसमें काफी मेहनत की है इन लोगों ने. अगर हर टीचर इसके go through होता है तो then certainly these program outcomes, course outcomes, and Bloom's levels and all the things are covered in this document. So these are the 6 milestones which I have shared with you, and starting from 1854 to 2018. लेकिन आज भी वही डॉक्टर राधाकृष्णन की स्टेटमेंट बिल्कुल मेरे को वैलिड लगती है कि we are convinced that if we have to suggest one reform in Indian higher education system, that is the reform in the examination system. So we should seriously think about it, because we all are in the system of higher education and for the benefit of the students and in the interest of our country. So I think the rest of the things about the paper setting and all these have been discussed by various respected members of this workshop, or you can say the meeting. It's a very nice effort by the Skill University. But still I will suggest that the university should constitute a small group which can take initiatives about these program objectives, course objectives, outcomes, and कम से कम स्टार्टिंग में मैं इस बात से सहमत हूं कि आप इतना तो शुरू कर ही सकते हैं कि जो क्वेश्चन पेपर सेटिंग है उसमें मार्क्स तो हर टीचर मेंशन करते हैं कि कौन से क्वेश्चन के कितने मार्क्स होने चाहिए, साथ में ब्लूम्स लेवल भी मेंशन करें, मिनिमम इतना शुरू कर सकते हैं, एंड दे शुड फोकस ऑन फर्स्ट 3 levels, because top 3 levels analysis is common in both, but first most of the questions in end semester theory examinations are covered in first 3 levels. For higher levels, certain set of instructions, or you can say rubrics, have to be defined, which may take time. So यूनिवर्सिटी इस डायरेक्शन में जरूर एफर्ट्स करें. whatever help, whatever input we can provide, we are always available for this purpose, for the examination reforms, or any other suggestions, or you can say for preparation of any model document. So again, thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Yeah, and you have actually explained the various stages of reforms, particularly in the area of examination. And as you have over 2 decades of experience in the field, we will be always disturbing you again and again for detailed guidance. And the one beautiful things you have just said and guided us, that we need not to wait for the final changes in the documentation till the time, and we have to plan this phase wise implementation of reforms, so that it would be easy for, it would be welcoming for all stakeholders. A very well suggested point, sir. If it is introduced phase wise, in phase 1 until the time where our university can implement some reforms, some changes, so that it is visible in the coming up examination, till the time we are ready with the complete policy and complete plan. Thank you, sir, and thank you for sparing your time. I know you have to bear with us. I think very soon after Professor Vikram Singh ji presentation, we are going to show the university's present evaluation system and on the job training evaluation system, where we will be needing your special advices. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And we will be disturbing you for again and again, and your whole team of DCRUST is here to guide us. Thankful, special thanks for the same, sir. So now I would like to request our next speaker, Professor Vikram Singh ji, who is currently working as a professor in mechanical engineering and as a dean placement, alumni and corporation affairs, and dean management studies at J.C. Bose University, Faridabad. Sir has been, published more than 100 papers in reputed journals. He is also heading the quality management and accreditation. He is empaneled as a NAC assessor. So focus is on the quality. Sir, main focus is on the quality of all curriculum developments and to the evaluation. So I would like to request Professor Vikram Singh ji to guide us. And I would like to also request to bear with us and just about the time available with us, sir. Thank you, sir. Professor Vikramji.
Madam, thank you, Chanchal Madam. I think you have extended your sessions already by 1 hour. And
sorry, sir.
Most of the speakers, they have already covered a lot of things in their talk. One thing which Professor Shutter in the beginning have said, that the university has to decide as of now, if you go through the curriculum that is currently available, the learning outcomes are available, the program outcomes and other things, the university need to decide that they only want to focus on the outcome-based assessment, or they want to extend this entire thing to the curriculum part as well, because assessment only can't can be done on the basis of OB. Now, this is one part. The other part which I am thinking of and coming into my mind, because being a skill university, I couldn't come across that anyone is talking about competency-based education. When we see competency-based education, this is entirely one of the approach wherein the skill is being evaluated. The competency-based education is basically an outcome focused approach that can concentrate on mastering the skills at the learner space. In the OB, we talk of learning at the learner space. Here we are talking of the skills at the learner space. When we talk of competency-based education, it's more often used in learning concrete skills than the abstract learning, right? And whenever we talk of competency-based education programs, it's considered to be an alternative way of learners to gain what we are expecting that our employee, what kind of skills they want. And this competency-based education programs, if we can introduce along with the OBE, it can be an alternate way of presenting or to gain the skills that the employer wants from the employee or from the students in our case. Right. Now, when we talk of competency-based education, we are talking of the mastery of the skills at the learner space rather than the space that we decide and what period we are deciding. When we talk of competency-based education, it's not only it can be applied to your curriculum, it can be applied to the assessment also, right? When we talk of maths or lengthy multiple choices questions, everyone remembers the fast facts, because it is committed to memory. But when we talk of competency-based assessment and we want to apply these math tests and students are being given an opportunity to apply the skills and methods they have learned in their lessons, the real world problems, then that is a way of evaluating students in a purposeful way. What our objective is, the students should learn a particular skill and apply that skill in the you can say the real world system where at various university is actually working, the skill based learning. Now, when we talk of competency based education, the levels of their competency can be evaluated and a formative assessment method can be formed. Competency based, which is in short is called CBA, it will give involvement of the students also, and students are being engaged while they are performing the processes or while they are doing their exercises. Now, when we talk of students, when they see the purpose in the assessment, then they enjoy the application part of that particular skills they have acquired. When we talk of competency, what the teachers are going to get, the teachers are naturally involved in this process. This is one thing which I want to put light on this topic, along with OBE for the subjects which are skill-based subjects like laboratory or on-job training. We can introduce the concept of competency-based learning, because whenever we are talking of the competency-based learning, the students, the teacher, they all are aware of at what level they are actually performing. and those levels can be set on a certain rating scale and other things, wherein we can pen down them as novice or expert at the level of 1 to 4. And then the evaluator, they also can evaluate on the basis of the formative assessment or on the basis of their assessment at what level the student is currently in. Now in OBE, whenever we are talking of the assessment system, the CEOs and POs, they make a very important point in describing the competency level as well as the performance indicators. When we talk of competency-based education, the PI itself, at what level the skills is the PI can indicate, and they can pass on what kind of levels that are available. A lot of discussion can be done wherein we can have a model wherein OBE and CBE are combined together, and they can be implemented in the university like you and in other systems also, because your the curriculum that you have provided on to your students, wherein 60% time they are spending in the industry on their on-job training, and 40% you are teaching them the theoretical parts and other things. Therefore, a combination of, my suggestion, my advice is we should, the team at the SVSU need to work upon a combined model of which is OBE and CBE, and OBA and CBA, various outcome-based assessment and competency-based assessment also need to be introduced. I think I should stop over here. A lot of time has been taken and a lot of deliberation has been done in the morning. It's a very fruitful deliberation. In coming meetings, some concrete can definitely come. The subgroups that will be formed at the university level, they need to take the suggestions from the every experts that have come up, and then they start working on the small things. Thank you, Chanchal madam. I think Registrar and Vice Chancellor sir has already busy with some other works. Please convey my sincere regards to both of them, and thanks for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. It was really. First of all, though, I would like to have my apology that we have a very extended session. It has been extended more than 1.5 hours now, and you have been there with us, and you have been always there with the SVSU since the first program, and we are looking forward for more and more interaction in person for the to make the required changes. We have shared almost you have been engaged with the examination department. You have been advising us a lot of things also off screen also. So now I would be requesting you to guide us on screen also, sir, and really help, and it will be a great help to us in redesigning and revisiting the curriculum design, outcome formation, and accordingly changes in the evaluation system. So I would like to request you to please extend and stay back with us, because next presentation is about the current evaluation system, and then uske baad jo hamara presentation hai, that is about the OGT. Evaluation system and OGT process of the university, where we will be needing your real inputs to make the changes. So over to Dr. Dilip, as Assistant Professor in Management Department, my colleague since 2017, Dr. Dilip Raina ji.
Hello, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So it's definitely a privilege and opportunity that you have provided me to discuss in such a panel regarding the current evaluation system of the university. So I have 4 or 5 slides. I am not taking too much time on this. So I have 4 or 5 slides to show that what is the basic evaluation system in our university, how we are currently developing our paper, especially examination paper in terms of external evaluation, not in terms of internal evaluation, but in terms of external evaluation. So I'm focusing on these parameters. So I think my screen is visible.
Yes, Dr. Sir.
Thank you. So taking into the first step, we have currently in two components in the examination. One is internal and the other is external. So every program which we are currently having in different from every course in different programs which we are having, we are either having it completely in theoretical based paper, or it is an complete practical based paper, or we have a combination of theoretical as well as practical based paper in our programs. So if there's a paper which is completely in theoretical base, then you can see in the third para I have just written that if a paper is completely theoretical base, the 70% marks, the 70 marks are being awarded on the basis of external examination, while as 30% marks are being awarded on the basis of continuous internal assessment system. The internal assessment system consists of different parameters. It is attendance, it is presentation, it is performance of a candidate, it is an class test. So there are different parameters. I will show the parameters again in future in the slides. And if the subject is completely practical based subject, then there's a reverse. The 30% marks will be by an external examination and 70% marks will be by an internal examination. But if there's a subject which is having theoretical as well as practical component both, then the marks are being segregated equally 50-50. 50% marks imparted via theory and 50% marks will be via practical examination. So this is the marks distribution of examination in theory, which I am showing. You can just see if we have a paper of 100 marks, we are almost having every subject which is consisting of 100 marks. The external examination is 70 because it's a theory paper. The external examination is 70, the internal examination is 30. And this is the distribution of 30 marks, which I was just showing you, that internal marks are 30. This is a distribution which we are having currently. And if we are having a paper in which there is a theory and practical portion, as I already mentioned, we have 50-50% marks. So in that case, we will be having only 35 marks of external examination and 15 of an internal, because in case of theory, and theory becomes 50 marks then. And these 15 marks are divided here in the column. So this is the case if we have a subject which is having a theory, and if the theory is out of 100, this is the distribution. If theory is out of 50, then this following is the distribution. Now, whenever we people are making the paper, whenever an examiner is setting out a paper, the paper comprises of two sections, section A and section B. Section A consists of 10 questions, which are short answer, and all questions are compulsory. Each question can be of 2 marks if the external examination is of 70 number, and each question can be of 1 mark if an external examination is of 35 marks. Now coming to the section B part, section B consists of 8 questions. We are currently having 5 units in our each course. So section B consists of 8 questions. All are long answer questions, and a candidate has a choice to attempt any 5 questions among the all 8 questions. Now, each question carry 10 marks if the external examination is 70. So if he has to attempt 5, so it becomes 50 marks of this, and in context to the short answer, 20 marks of short answer, so it becomes a 70 mark paper. And if the paper is of 35 marks, then each question in the long answer will be of 5 marks. This is the current system with which we people are developing the examination, external examination paper, whichever the paper examiner setter is there. Now coming to the practical examination part. Practical examination part again can be out of 100 or out of 50. If it is a completely practical based paper, for example, there is an engineering drawing paper, there is spreadsheet modeling course which we are teaching, then there is an external examination of 30 and internal examination of 70. So internal examination is distributed into different parameters, which I am mentioning: attendance, class performance, presentation, midterm viva, file work, internal and term viva. And if it is a 50% theory and 50% practical, then the practical portion which was initially of 50, it will be distributed like this: the 15 marks external and 35 marks internal. So this is the distribution in context to the practical examination. For practical examination, we have a panel of members which is approved by our different councils, Board of Studies, then Skill Council and Executive Council. Then we, different faculties, call these members from the list which has been approved by the competent authorities, and the practical examination is conducted in that way. The third part, which is OGT assessment, my next colleague will be definitely telling the complete detail in this. We have a third portion in our case, that is OGT assessment, which is generally not in the part of traditional education system. They are having either a theory paper or a practical paper, or paper which is having theory and practical. But in our case, we have a different assessment system, OGT assessment system. Also, in OGT assessment, we have completely a 350 marks paper, OGT, where 105 marks are being devoted to the external and 245 marks are being devoted to the internal portion. And there is a separation, which I think my next colleague, Dr. Sanjay sir, will be discussing about this. This is the current process, current system which we are following. Now, there is another thing which I just want to highlight, that there is a paper setting norms. The paper setting is done by the panel of external and internal examiners, which has duly been approved by BOS and the other competent bodies. The paper setting is done currently in the online mode with the password encrypted file, which is sent to the CEU. There's a guideline which has been given to the examiner for setting out a paper. There's a paper format which has been given to them. Then a security guidelines has been given to them. Then the syllabus is provided to the examiner. Sample paper, which is submitted by an internal faculty from each department, is also provided to the examiner setter. A remuneration document is there. Then there's a consent letter for an examiner regarding discarding of question paper after sending it to the university. These are the guidelines which are being provided to an examiner who is setting out the paper. Recently, we have also started a moderation committee, which has been formulated to check whether the paper comprises of even distribution of marks from each unit, and does the paper qualify the standard for assessment. So this is an activity which we have started. I have some example here to show how our paper is there. I am just showing one example currently. Is the screen visible?
Yes, Dr. Saab.
So this is an paper which is of BWOC agriculture. The subject is value chain management. Subject code is there. Then there's an instruction to the candidate. So as I was already mentioning, this is an basically 35 marks paper. So this means that this subject is having theory and practical portion both. So that's why this is a 35 marks theoretical portion, in which we have a section A. All questions are compulsory. We have 10 questions. Each question carries of 1 marks. So we have questions like why, what, differentiate, define. All these type of questions are there. Then we have a long answer question, section B, in which we have a different types of question which are related to remembering is power is there, or we have some cases also. You can see that there are case study in the question, explain the pros and cons. Then a decision making skill is there. Then developing a model, creating and showing out the model. Then some recent trends also, that, for example, a COVID-19 question is there. Then one question you can see at the end, that comment on a value chain management system for the organization where you have pursued on the job training. Give your suggestions for improving in the same after COVID-19 period. So something we are also trying to relate with the on the job training platform in our question papers. This is one of the example which I was just showing here. So this is all which I just want to share regarding the current evaluation system. That's all from my side, Chanchal ma'am. If there is anything else, I can let you know.
Dr. Dilip, so nice of you. And you have explained in such a short time, and you tried to explain, but we will be needing much of your help, because a few of our members, we are going to share these things in a very small meeting. And I'm really thankful Professor Ashish Pandey ji is with us, who's going to guide us for further, overall how we can change where we need to change. So now, thank you, Dr. Dilip, again. Now I would like to request Dr. Sanjay Singh ji, who is Chairman, Engineering Department, Automotive Manufacturing. In that, we have in Faculty of Engineering, we have 2 departments. One is of computer and other is allied of manufacturing, electronics, electricals. a larger department, and associate professor Dr. Sanjay Singh ji is chairman of the department, and he is also the overall coordinator OGT on the job training, which is a very unique function of this university, which is a credit based part of our all courses, as we have shared with you, sir. Now I will not take much of your time. I would like to request Professor Sanjay Singh ji. Sanjay sir, आप professor बनने वाले हो बहुत जल्द, for his inputs and sharing on the current on the job training system. Thank you.
Sanjay sir, you are on mute, I think.
Dr. sir? Dr. Sanjay Singh ji?
Chanchal madam.
Again sir. जी सर, जी सर, आप यहाँ से देखिए, यहाँ से कर दीजिए.
There is something.
Sir is here only.
Okay.
Dr. Sanjay Singh Rathod has joined us in the room. Yeah, he's just sharing, sir. We are just changing the system. Sorry for inconvenience. We are just हो गया sir, हो गया. To Dr. Sanjay Singh Rathod ji. Sir, आवाज आ रही है? Yes, Dr. Sir.
So I think I am audible and my screen is visible.
Yes, Dr. Sir. Yes, Dr. Sir.
Am I audible?
Dr. Sir, you are audible.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Chanchal madam and the whole examination team for giving this opportunity to present the on-job training part of our university, which we are practicing in our university, which you have already spoken, a unique concept in the vocational education system. So actually, I am facing some technical issues. So earlier slide was shared, but voice was not going. Now slide is not moving. Let me check it out. Just hold on. कुछ गड़बड़ है हैंग हो
एक्चुअली क्या
हैंग हो
सिस्टम ही हैंग है, कहीं और नहीं है ये। कैसे करोगे? वैसे बोलो प्रोफेसर साहब रीज्वाइन किया
नहीं, अपन प्रेजेंट कर देते हैं, ज्यादा ठीक रहेगा, समझ में पता नहीं हैंग क्यों होता है। कंट्रोल ऑफ डिलीट
एक आज तो कमेटी में कोई दिक्कत नहीं, हम मैकेनिकल वाली मैकेनिकल से ट्रैफिक
टास्क मैनेजर नहीं करता हूँ।
आज की बात कुछ आसान है ना, मुझे इंजेक्शन से छोटे टीम्स में इंजेक्शन लाइव हो गया लाइव हो गया आगो से तकरीबन चले गए, बहुत ज्यादा टाइम हो गया है और हमारे को परसेंट कर रहे थे, एक हमारे मैडम चली गई बोली आप बेचारे खाली बना तो एक हमारे साथ हॉस्पिटल में केजी वो आपके सिस्टम के साथ
ये तो सही चल रहा है।
कितना आपको क्या नाम आप कुछ टेस्ट चल रहा है केजी
सुबह तैयार बैठा है
वेट करते हैं
चलो मैडम, मुझे लग रहा है सिस्टम आपका हैंग हो गया, क्या हो गया?
सर क्या
हैंग हो रहा है
तो चंचल मैडम, चंचल मैडम,
हेलो
चंचल
sir,
मैडम,
sir, yes, sir. I was with Dr. Rathod, sir. We are trying to fix the problem. उनका जो लैपटॉप है ना सर, वो हैंग हो गया।
एक्चुअली जो ना मेरा सेशन
क्या हम
स्टार्ट हो रहा है।
उनको सर सर actually Professor Ashish Pandey ji is staying back for this session only. So shall I request Sanjay Singh Rathod ji to share without PPT, sir?
Yes, whatever he can.
Yeah, and we will be sharing the PPT in the system because we are trying to copy also, but is हो गया? Yes, sir. It is now arranged. Please. Will take hardly 30 seconds. यहीं से कर दो सर, है ना?
So sorry for the inconvenience due to some technical issues. I hope my presentation is visible and I am also audible to all.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So let me introduce what is our dual education model in SVSU, which we have conceptualized since the inception of this skill university. So in our skill university, we are having 4 different faculty: engineering and technology, management studies and research, applied sciences and humanities, and agriculture. And we are having a number of courses from diploma, DVOC, PVOC, postgraduate diploma, and MVOC. And one of the unique thing is that in every program we are having one exclusive industry partners to carry out this particular program in all the faculty. So these are the list of our existing partners who are associated with us to run various programs. Next, if we see what is the dual education model which we speak about, dual education, because it is also called earn while learn model, because students are having stipend when they are going for the on-job training. So scheme of all program is having essentially 40% general education component and 60% skill education based component, which is also having the component of on-job training. And this is the scheme of one course which I have reflected here in this slide. And on-job training is of 12 credit, and which is having 350 marks. So internally there are 245 marks and 105, that is the 30% is the external evaluation, which is of 30%. So when we started this on-job training module, then we have conceptualized how to assess and report the on-job training. So we have formulated one OJT diary, which is hardbound, and this is the cover page of that OJT diary, and these are the essential things which are incorporated in that hardbound OJT diary, in which the student has to fill daily observation which he or she undergone for the training, and he or she has to write what are the observation of that particular day when he or she is going for the on-job training, and what is the description, what the work assigned to him and what he has done, and what are the machine and major equipment activity he has done in that particular day. And based on that, the evaluation is done by the mentors. So we are having two mentors when the students is going for the on-job training. One is the university mentor, which we called SVSU mentor, and one is the industry mentor. So when we see that, so we have find several challenges and limitation of manual OJT diary. Uh, Although we are able to make provision of reporting and assessment in manual OJT diary, but due to several location of the plant, to convert some alternative mechanism so that we can have not only reporting and the assessment part, although we should have the monitoring and analysis part of on-job training, because on-job training is one of the important feature of vocational education. And that's why, with the able guidance of Honorable Vice Chancellor, we created a system of digital OJT diary. We conceptualized and we developed this digital OJT diary in-house in our university, which is having four features: reporting, assessment, monitoring, and analysis. And with this digital platform, we are able to not only monitor the regular progress of the on-job training, but also we can analyze how the students are performing in that particular.
Dr. Sanjay, you are muted. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, your voice is coming. I think there is some problem at the SVSU side.
Dr. Sanjay?
The reporting and assessment mechanism You can
Okay.
see that we are able to see the student progress report on this digital platform. So this is the total number of students who are registered with that particular mentor, and we are able to see the individual progress of student who is undergone for on-job training in a particular industry. So this is the reporting and assessment page of that on-job training part. Then in this portal, we are given the mechanism for communication, and student can communicate to the mentors. There is a section of messaging, and there is one more section of feedback and observation. So that is accessible to the mentors, and they can see it, and mentor can also communicate with a particular student or whole group of the student through this digital platform only. And this is how the skill and performance metrics of a program and an individual students can be made in this digital OJT diary platform. So in the left hand side, this is the progress of a complete program. In this case, we have taken example of BWOC Automotive Mechatronics course, which we running with the Anand group. And in the right hand side, this is the progress of a student in who is the automotive mechatronics student during that particular course. So here you can see the overall rating is 2.53 out of 5. So this is the performance of that particular student. So let me tell you how the assessment is made in this particular digital platform and examination ordinance. So Dr. Dilip has also spoken about this thing. So for every program, there is two component. One is the internal component and one is external component. So internal component, which is having 70% of total marks, and 30% is the external evaluation. Then the internal evaluation is also distributed on certain criteria, like attendance is given 30% marks, because as per SVSU ordinance, in case of on-job training, students must have at least 90% attendance. So attendance weightage is given 30%. Then when he is undergone for the training, then for every month there is one assessment, and that assessment comprises of 20% marks. And after that there is 10% evaluation marks for the midterm evaluation, which is in terms of viva and some assessment. And end term is done by both the industry as well as the university mentor, that comprises 10% marks. And then external end term viva and performance evaluation is done by external examiner, which is appointed by that particular industry, and that comprises 30% marks. So let me further elaborate this thing. So attendance is 30% of the weightage, which is having 105 marks, and monthly assessment, which is having 70.5% marks, which is based on two particular skills. One is generic skill, that is covering the behavioral aspect of the student when he is going for the on-job training. Then the technical skill, where the student is placed for specifically to achieve certain technical knowledge. And then 35 marks, which is the midterm viva, that is both conducted by the industry as well as the university mentor. And then the end term viva, it will have viva as well as the skill progress report. So both will be evaluated, and 35 marks, that is the 10% marks, is awarded to the student. And similarly, end term external viva, which I have just explained, it is done by the industry partner, examiner appointed by them, and they take the feedback. And it is the specific thing that the examiner is appointed from the other plant of that industry partner, not where the students are deployed on OJT. So in case of digital diary, the assessment is made on the basis of the report they are filling. So and the criteria of 1 to 5. So poor is given 1 and excellent is given the 5. So on the daily basis, the student is filling their digitalogy diary and it is assessed by both the industry mentor as well as SVS mentor. And that is at the end of the semester is summarized and average is taken. That is all for the assessment part of disclosure diary and OJT assessment. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjay Singh Rathod sir. I think now our guide and mentor for this project have a very clear view that this is a very crucial part of our all programs, sir. And we really need to work, from the initial stage, because that constitutes 60% portion of skill courses, and the evaluation and learning of this process, as shared by other expert members also, is very crucial. And Dr. Sanjay Singh Rathod, since the day he has joined, he has been trying to introduce the best of the things possible, but we need your more guidance and more inputs to make it a concrete plan and concrete process with objective student self feedback processes and all that. Thank you, Dr. Saab. Thank you for sharing details and bearing with us for extended time limits. Now, I would like to invite Professor Rishi Palji, who is a co-convener of this advisory team, for his concluding remarks. He has been simultaneously busy in complete induction program, sir. Thank you so much. Professor Rishi Palji is Dean, Skill Faculty of Pedagogy and Capacity Building. He has been controller of examination in this university. So he has also tried to contribute a lot and make a lot of changes. And he is continuously with us for more initiative in this line. And I'm glad because he has, in past and various organizations, he has his expertise in making FDPs, initiating new projects, thinking on new patterns. So we are thankful, sir, that you are again here with us to guide on this project also. Special thanks to Professor Rishipalji, and now over to Professor Rishipalji. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chanchal madam. It was really a marathon contribution by many experts from academia, from industry, and all they were well trained and well experienced in their respective areas. And this marathon started with the deliberations or sharing of Professor R.S. Rathod, who was talking about certain action plans and challenges, specifically in respect of evaluation of the skill programs or skill assessment. Then Honorable Vice Chancellor shared, and he was talking about that present day industry doesn't need people who have capability to do the job. Rather, they should be adaptive to the change, and they should be prone to the learning. And then thereafter, a long sequence of the experts, starting from vice chancellors and professors and deans, and yes, of course, professors from IITs. And I am very happy that Professor Ashish Pandey is still with us, and he's from IIT Mumbai. And it is very nice for me to see him on this platform. As far as this outcome-based assessment is concerned, I am listening from the morning, and number of experts have commented on it, and they have given their expert advice on that. But outcome-based assessment is one of the factor of outcome-based learning. And why we have started talking a lot about outcome-based learning and outcome-based assessment. If I look towards corporate, if I look towards industry, then present day is the day of Six Sigma kind of quality and various quality factors are working there. And among these quality factors or quality evaluative techniques, it is not only for the quality of product, it is for quality of services also. And if it is quality of services, then certainly the people, those who are working with industry or the industry which is in demand of human resource, then their performance should be the wonderful. I will appreciate especially Professor Vikram Singh ji was talking about competency. Competency means for what a person is hired by the industry, for what purpose a person has been hired by the industry, whether that person is capable to do that or not. So the curriculum, the program should come out from there. The people, those who are in academia with a team of industry, should identify the job. And after identification of the job, then what different kind of job roles are there in that job. And for execution of those job roles, we can take example of any job. If we take example of a job of teacher, then in the job of teacher, there are number of job roles. And for execution of those job roles, there is need of certain competencies. And these competencies are to be imparted by the training centers, by the universities, by the academic institutions, or by other organizations involved in the training and development of students. So imparting the competency. Now, after identification of job roles, competencies are identified, and after identification of the competencies, then what kind of pedagogical methods can help in development of those competencies? And once the pedagogical method have been decided, then what are the learning resources? And if learning resources are also finalized, then what kind of technology is necessary? Because present day is day of intervention of technology everywhere. So the teaching learning process is also intervened by the technology. So what kind of technology is necessary? And for that, what type of pedagogical methods are necessary? And once it is ensured that the skill, the knowledge, and the attitude, which includes everything, for the performance of a profession, there is need of a set of conceptual part, set of skills, and every profession need a typical kind of attitude or behavior. Only then it can be executed successfully. So before handing over the student, the trainee to the industry, it should be ensured that the competency which was necessary has been imparted, has been handed over to the student or not. And for doing that, there are two processes. Number one, outcome-based learning process. And this outcome-based learning process can be ensured by outcome-based assessment and evaluation. And for that, if we talk about outcome-based learning, for that we need to develop the curriculum with its program objective and program learning outcomes. And each and every program will have a scheme, and scheme will involve number of courses. Then each course should have its program, its course objective and its course outcome. And these program objective and course outcome can be ensured by outcome-based evaluation process. Because we are skill university, and our job is, Dr. Dilip has been presenting and Dr. Sanjay Singh has been presenting, both for saying that it is dual model, and in the dual model 60% part is the skill part. And if we want to ensure that whether skill has been handed over to the student or not, if we want to check that, then the evaluation or assessment process should be outcome based. And for evaluating that way, how we should design our assessment system, whether it should be a paper pencil test, it should be performance based test, it should be based on the simulation center, or what kind of rubrics should be involved in that. So that is concern of the university, and examination has taken the initiative, especially Madam Chanchal Bhardwaj, because our honorable vice chancellor has asked number of times that let us develop and design our evaluative and assessment system in such a way so that what is expected by the industry, because present day there is crisis, there is crisis that students are holding very specialized kind of degrees in their hand, but when they are asked to perform on the job, on the profession, it is not possible for them. Reason being, the outcome-based learning has not happened, and specifically the examination system, the evaluation system was a failure in assessment of the outcome-based learning. And because of that, there is a huge gap. What is expected by the industry is not given to the student in the training programs, in the academic programs. And this can be evaluated with the help of outcome-based paper setting. So this is basic objective of this venture, what has been started by Chanchal Madam. And this was the first interaction. And so many experts have given their opinion, their advice, and shared their expertise and experiences. And now the target has been set up, and we have to move forward. Program is already designed, and in the forthcoming meetings, we shall be working in the major groups as well as in the minor groups. And the overall objective of this venture or this project or this workshop, because it will go for a number of times, will be to train and develop the faculty in outcome-based paper setting and evaluative strategies. So this was the basic objective, and really it was worth learning for everyone. I convey my thanks to our honorable vice chancellor for motivating us, for supporting us, and for guiding us to complete this venture. I also express my thanks to Professor R.S. Rathorji for setting the target, that what kind of action plan we should go and what are challenges and how those challenges should be addressed by this team, newly constituted team. And then all the experts were talking about various issues, and among them the people from industry, and especially 2 or 3 experts from examination, they shared their views. So let us hope that forthcoming sessions will also be similarly useful, and ultimately we will achieve the objective. I convey my thanks to all the experts from industry, from academia, and from examination, as well as I convey my thanks to the organizing team, especially to Chanchal Madam, because she has taken up this venture, and other experts, those who are involved in this. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Rishipal Sarji. It would have not been possible with the continuous drilling with you and planning and strategy how to move forward, and you have been always there to support and guide. And though you're right that you have rightly said that it was a mammoth task, because we have a pool of academician, industrialists, and experts in their areas in various subject and disciplines to advise and guide us and help us to move further. And this program has actually been possible because of your continuous support and your faith in me, particularly the kind of faith, the kind of trust you have vested in me, and that has made me. I would like to say thanks to Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Dr. R.S. Rathod, Registrar Saab, and each and every member And special heartfelt thanks to Professor Ashish Pandey because he has been busy. He is on his personal trip and he has extended his day like anything for us, and he will be there to lead us, to guide us for the whole project. So thank you, sir. And next, as Professor Rishi Palji has shared, that we will be planning next meetings in major and minor groups, subject wise, basic guideline wise, and looking forward to see you in person also, so that we can make it in a form of workshop where our faculty, our APs, our chairmen will be also joining to actually put everything on blueprint what we have discussed today. Thank you, Professor Sab, again. Thank you, Professor Pandey. Thanks a lot. Would you like to share something, Professor Pandey? Sir, would you like to share something? He's
I
traveling.
think.
He's traveling, sir.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
yeah, thank you so much again, sir. Looking forward for more guidance, and let's plan for next section. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.